Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the January 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. We are in the Katie Dorsett Council Chamber. People wishing to speak must sign up by 6 p.m. by using the QMinder kiosk just outside the council door. Please see the courier for assistance. Let the record reflect that all members are in attendance. Mrs. Thurm is by Zoom and Mrs. Hoffman is on her way in. Please silence any electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the chamber. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. And I do want to raise up the issue of Sergeant Nix, who was murdered this past weekend. Sergeant Nix dedicated 23 years of his life to the faithful service to the City of Greensboro, leaving an indelible mark on our community. His commitment to public safety was demonstrated through roles such as the Criminal Investigative Division Detective, Patrol Corporal, and Corporal Sergeant. It reflects a distinguished career characterized by selfless dedication. His recent role as supervisor of the Family Victims Unit showcased his compassion and commitment and support for those in need. He was also in charge of the Greensboro Police Officers Peer Support Group. He was a member of the Honor Guard, and he was a victim's advocate. Just think of that. He was a victim's advocate. We want to keep his wife Kelly and his son William Dean in our thoughts and prayers as they go through this very difficult time. Sergeant Nix's connection to the Greensboro Fire Department is profound, with a family legacy deeply rooted within their ranks. His father, retired Captain Eddie Nix, his brother Dan Nix, a current firefighter with GFD, his uncle, retired Assistant Chief Skip Nix, his cousin, current Captain Alan Nix, and his cousin-in-laws, engineers, Charles Gunter and Trent Pence. They collectively contribute to the rich tapestry of service that defines the Greensboro Police Department and the Greensboro Fire Department, if we could keep them in our thoughts. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We welcome speakers to address Council on specific agenda items. During the first meeting of the month, time is dedicated for speakers to address Council on non-agenda items. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes for comments. At this time, all speaker handouts must be provided to the City Clerk or the courier to distribute to Council. Speakers should not approach the dais unless invited by Council. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. In order to maintain a safe space for all speakers, members of the audience or speakers from the podium who intentionally disrupt the meeting or ridicule other speakers will be given a warning, and if unheeded, they will be removed from the meeting. That person will be suspended from in-person participation for 3 months. In order to preserve their right to free speech, they can attend virtually by Zoom, by phone, or by email. It is the goal of this city that this chamber is a welcoming space and that our residents feel empowered to bring issues of concern before their elected officials. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphone until they are called upon to speak. All meeting attendees are expected to respect the speakers and respect council deliberations. People disrupting the meeting will be removed from the meeting. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest. All votes will be moved and seconded. The mayor will announce the vote total. We do have a consent agenda, which are items G1 through G4, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council members may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the January 16th City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. Now is the time for our ceremonial and presentation items. Item E1 is a resolution to honor the late Norma Jean Wall James. Dr. Wells?
And Mayor Pro Tem. Both of us will read.
Okay.
Resolution to honor the late Norma Jean Wall James. Whereas on August 10th, 2023, the community lost an outstanding community member with the passing of the late Norma Jean Wall James. Whereas Ms. James, known as Norma Jean, was born in Greensboro on November 18th, 1940, graduated from Dudley Senior High School in 1958, and in recent years was given the title of class president. Whereas for 40 years, Norma Jean was a member of New Light Missionary Baptist Church and served in various capacities with the usher board. Whereas Norma Jean was a member of the Order of the Eastern Star, a Masonic appendant body, and mother and daughter of Isis and female auxiliary group of the ancient Egyptian Arabic Order Nobles Mystic Shrine. Whereas Norma Jean retired from the United States Postal Service after 35 years of service as a front counter clerk, and will be remembered for coining the phrase, "You remember me, I remember you," from the post office.
Whereas, after her retirement, Norma Jean went to serve as a bus operator for Specialized Community Area Transit, SCAT, and a bus monitor for Guilford County Public Schools. Whereas Norma Jean Wall James will be missed by all of those she has engaged. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council wishes to express its sense of gratitude and offer its condolences to the family and friends of Norma Jean Wall James. The legacy she leaves will be remembered by the residents of Greensboro, and that a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to the family of the late Norma Jean Wall James as a symbol of the gratitude of the City of Greensboro for her contributions in the community. And I know her son, Chief James, is here. So as soon as we vote Chief James, we'll come and give you the resolution.
So that was moved by Dr. Wells.
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. And that passes 9-0.
She would want me to take this time to acknowledge Dale Nix and his family. It's a great loss to this community, and a reminder reminder of what these officers face, could face each day when they go to work. But she would want me to do that. He was a victim's advocate. My mom, she drove a scat bus and also worked with First Student. And she was a huge advocate for those that just need a little bit extra help. And I think Dale was cut from the same cloth. And it makes it a little bit harder tonight to accept this. But again, she could have never imagined this being acknowledged by the city council. She grew up in an area called Rogers Court. People wouldn't know where that is unless you've been here for a really long time. And they demolished it, and her and my grandparents moved into Morningside Homes, the first residence, in 1952. And she was also lived in the Woodman Park community for 55 years and was a strong supporter of the concerned citizens of Northeast Greensboro. And I just thank you all for acknowledging her memory. And please pray for the city. A lot of work still needs to be done. This is still our home. I still love you. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
do.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Ms. James was a strong supporter of the concerned citizens of Northeast Greensboro, and we miss her.
And she raised a fine son
Yes, she did.
and daughter.
Yes,
That's
daughter.
right.
Yes.
I don't know her daughter, but I'm
They say
sure
she
she's
raised-
fine.
She raised 2 peas. They say she raised 2 peas. She called her daughter the preacher and her son the police. She said she raised 2 fine peas.
Item E.
Wait a minute.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to say, I think we've all seen her at all of the concerned citizens meetings that she was able to go to, and she was just always most pleasant, and it was the longest time before I knew Brian James was her son. It was like, she didn't just automatically come out and say it, but, finally we realized the connection, and she was so proud of her family. So thank you for doing that resolution, Dr. Wells and Ms. Johnson.
Item E2 is a resolution to adopt the 2024 City of Greensboro departmental events, recognitions, and programs, and that will be read by Councilwoman Abuzawader.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas recognition of departmental events and dedicated work is an important component of the City of Greensboro's philosophy. Whereas the purpose of this calendar is to provide awareness of internal programs and special events. Whereas the City Council of the City of Greensboro honors the dedication and commitment of the City of Greensboro staff and therefore recognizes and brings awareness to the following 2024 departmental events and programs. In March, there is Fix a Leak Week. This is to help with water conservation. April is Wyland National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation and Second Chance Month. Also National Library Week. And in April, Earth Day, April 22nd, National Community Development Month. And in May, Law Enforcement Memorial Week, Drinking Water Week, Bike Month. In June, we have Juneteenth. We have Home Ownership Month. We have Guilford Creek Week. And in July, we have Parks and Recreation Month. In September, we have Hunger Action Month. And we also have Library Card Sign-Up Month. In October, International Walk, Bike, and Roll to School Day, Fire Prevention Week, Code Compliance Officers Appreciation Week, Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, Imagine a Day Without Water Day, also Energy Efficiency Day. In November, we have No Straw November, World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims, and in December, we have National Homeless Persons Remembrance Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council of the City of Greensboro recognizes and observes the 2024 City of Greensboro departmental annual events, recognitions, and programs. I would like to move the resolution, Madam Mayor.
And moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, second by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. I am going to take prerogative of the chair and ask for the city manager to give his report now, and then we will come back to item E3. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Okay. Please allow me a few minutes to actually upload a presentation that I want to share with you, which is really giving you a snapshot of key expectations over the next 6 months. This isn't telling what we're going to do in 6 months as much as the key focus areas that we plan to achieve. Some of these.
So, just a minute. Whoever phone that is, please cut it off. Thank you so much. I can't hear.
Okay. So if you go to the next slide, it actually identifies or highlights 9 focus areas of things that you've already taken action on them, but it's really more of a reminder to our residents and employees that these are things that we are going to be focused on over the next 6 months, of course, starting with the annual strategy session in February. If we go to the next slide, I'll just show you those 9 areas. February 15 and 16 at Bennett College, we're going to be having your annual council strategy session. The crosstown routes will kick off on March 1st. That's your Route 1. I believe that it was presented to you at the work session a few weeks ago. The hopper trolley has been extended through June of 2024. On the next slide, the mayor's state of the city will take place on March 20. I believe that you have that on your calendar, but it's really more of highlighting the progress our city made in 2023 and also kind of call to action for 2024. Eugene Street project, there's a lot of improvements going on that street, and so we will be completing the first phase very soon, and we plan to do that this first quarter of 2024. During this current budget fiscal year, you increase police starting salary to $55,000. Within the next 6 months, that will go up to $57,000. So we continue to be a competitive city when it comes to benefits for our public safety employees. And the last slide just shows you the other 3 key areas that are very important. A disparity study will be released for your approval in February, and then we'll come to council before that time, of course, to share with you. We'll be providing some executive summary so you can see the recommendations, and we'll present that to you later in the month of February. Short-term rental regulations, implementation will begin April 1st, and of course, budget adoption, we're looking at that for the month of June 2024. Again, this is just really to give you a snapshot of expectations of key items over the next 6 months. That we're not losing sight of the things that you've already discussed with us. There are so many other things that we could include in this presentation, but I just thought I'll do that. In another 3 months, I'll come back to council again to give you a snapshot for the next 6 months from that point as well. This not only allows council to really be able to connect this with our priorities, but also our residents to know that we're keeping these things top of mind as we go through the year. So thank you. Unless there's any question for me, that's the report, Madam Mayor.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon?
Sorry, I have one quick question. I noticed all the things you brought out. Where is the pay equity study in the midst of all that?
No, I did not bring that up because I don't have a specific timeline for that, but we could get that for you.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
because, yeah. How long does it normally take? I know the disparity study is going beyond what we had hoped.
Yes.
So understand that part of it.
I know we took a step back, I think a few weeks ago in November, to identify some additional job classifications that we wanted to include as part of that study. And so that could be the reason why we pushed it a little bit out.
Yeah, well, because I know we're going to go up on the police salaries and all the other, but all the other salaries, are they along that same time as well?
So you had included as part of this fiscal year budget increasing minimum wage from beyond $18 to over $19. And so that's not going to be until fall of next year. So that's why it's not in this 6 months snapshot.
Okay, because I really would like to know how quickly, if we're coming back with the pay equity study,
Okay, we
that
will.
may factor into
That,
looking
yes.
at how we may really move those wages up.
So what I will do is that during my next bi-weekly, I will inform council on that, because I do agree with you. It may have an impact on that salary, on that minimum wage.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Now we will move to item E3, which is a resolution of peace and support, and that will be read by Mrs. Abuzawader and Mrs. Thurm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am first going to allow Mrs. Thurm to say a few words. And I do want to say to those who are listening and watching that, you know, this is something we wanted to bring forward because people in our community are hurting. And we wanted to show our support. And I understand that not everyone is going to be happy with every single line in this resolution. But we wanted to come forward and let everyone know how much we care. Mrs. Thurm will be reading the first 4 paragraphs. I will be reading the last 4. Mrs. Thurm? Oh, no. She can't hear.
Tammy, you need your microphone?
There we go. Okay, I was muted.
You're good.
I'd like to start by saying that I've been asked by a number of people, why do we do a resolution? Why should we do a resolution? Why is it important that we do this resolution? You know, normally we wouldn't take this up. This wouldn't be a thing for us to encounter in terms of the war that's going on. However, for me, this is a resolution of support for our community. As I've told several people, it should not be the fact that when I go to my house of worship to pray, that I have to have a policeman there to make sure I'm safe. When I go to give blood at a blood drive, that is at a synagogue or a temple, I should not be afraid that because Jews are gathering, we are at risk of attack and we need police presence to protect us. Likewise, our Islamic neighbors and friends should not feel the need to have protection so that they can pray. And I hope that we all take a step back and look at this resolution of peace and support and listen to what it says. Listen to what the intent is behind this for our community, and that we all go forth a little closer together this evening. Resolution for peace and support. Whereas the events of October 7th and resulting conflict between Israel and Hamas has led to a humanitarian crisis affecting countless families with tremendous loss of Palestinian and Israeli life. Whereas we agree that all human life is precious, no matter what their faith or ethnicity, that the City of Greensboro has a diverse population, including many with family, social, and business ties to Israeli and Palestinian citizens here and abroad. Whereas many in our community have been deeply impacted by this conflict, and whereas this council acknowledges the deep personal impact that this conflict has had on numerous members of our community and extends its sincere condolences to those that have lost loved ones and extended family members in this conflict.
Whereas the Greensboro City Council recognizes the importance of peace, safety, and the protection of all human life for individuals in our city, our state, our nation, and our world. Whereas this council urges our national leaders to do everything in their power to end this conflict and to begin the process for a peaceful, sustainable solution. Whereas we acknowledge that harassment, discrimination, and violence towards Muslims, Jews, and other minorities are contradictory to the values which define the residents of Greensboro. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that Greensboro supports and cares for its residents who have been directly impacted by this conflict. And we condemn any form of harassment, hate speech, Jewish hate speech, or Islamophobia that may be directed toward anyone who resides in our community. Adopted this the second day of January 2024. And Madam Mayor, I would like to move this resolution, and Mrs. Thurm would like to second.
Absolutely. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. We are going to move on to the public comment portion of our speakers. Now is the time for speakers from the floor on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity to hear from anyone wishing to speak. Generally, this is a time of listening for council. The subject will be noted, and if requires action or a request, the city manager will note as such and provide steps for any required response or after action. Please leave your contact details with the city clerk to facilitate communication. I do want to start the speakers from the floor with two speakers, Lisa McMillan and Cece Crawford. They are here with a group of young women. And Lisa, Cece?
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn and Council. First, I want to extend my appreciation to the City of Greensboro and all of the council members for all of the opportunities and options you have available. I'm here on behalf of Turning Everything Around because we do offer a mentoring program in Northeast Greensboro that is funded by Second Harvest Food Bank. But we utilize a lot of the City of Greensboro's services and facilities, and for that we want to tell you thank you. We utilize Peeler Rec Center every Friday, and your very own Dr. Goldie Wells presented the first presentation on choices, and it has stayed with the young ladies, as well as the at-large member, Hugh Holston, gave us a visit, and they have not forgotten that he sponsored buying them all ice cream. But we have two of them, yeah. They haven't forgotten that. But we have two young ladies that, if you don't mind, I'd like to defer that they would like to speak to you.
Hello, I am a Tea Time teen member, and I am concerned about how police are hired, and I want to make sure that they are qualified in every way possible. I commend you on your efforts thus far by having every cop take a psychological evaluation test to ensure public safety. I believe that it's not as sufficient as it could be, which is why I propose that every government law enforcer, whether they are a sheriff cop or a city police officer, take a personality test. Just because they have the qualifications to do the right thing doesn't mean that they have the willpower to do right. And a personality test can tell you a person's perseverance, fears, intentions, and motivations, as well as their breaking point and the makeup of their emotional well-being. I believe efforts should be taken for this test to be administered multiple times throughout the year because a lot can happen in a year. regarding a person's emotional well-being. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a part Tea Time team member. I like Tea Time teens because I like being around people and it helps me talk in big groups. My concern is in playground equipment at Peeler's Rec Center has been removed and replaced by trash cans. It makes me sad that I can no longer play there, and I think that playground deserves a little respect. Thank you.
For my final 10 seconds, I want to say thank you also to Sharon Hightower, who is the council liaison to the City of Greensboro's public transit, because we all rode the bus to get here. So thank you for that, too.
So I only signed up to make sure we had enough time for all the kids to speak. So.
Okay. Cece, you have to give your name for the record.
Hey.
You have to give your name for the record anyway.
Cecily Crawford, CC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I am a Tea Time member, and which is turning everything around. And Tea Time has taught me a lot with respect and kindness. And my conclusion today was about how the streets can be a little bit more wider, with people crashing the cars and people not having lights and stuff by the poles getting hit. And I feel like it just needs to be wider, and especially when they park at people's houses outside and the driveways are full and they park on the sidewalk and people, they drive past and they just hit the car because they feel like it's not enough for them. And that just came to my conclusion today.
So the first year, these girls have learned a lot about city council, about county commission, about the different levels of government here locally. And I just wanted to mention that some of the girls are actually going to have mock elections. So there may be some young girls reaching out to you all with questions on how to run a campaign, what you do, how you do it. So hopefully you'll take their call.
Thank you.
So Mayor, I want to interject.
Go ahead.
I want to interject. First of all, thank Lisa and Cece for really mentoring these great young women. But this goes right back to speak to me wanting to do that youth courier program here. These are young women right here that could learn more about city government by being a participant in it. And I brought this up a few months ago. We've done it in the past. We stopped it. And right here is an audience of young girls who could be here if we did this. And we keep pushing it off and finding reasons not to. We got to stop it. We got to stop it. We got to have more involvement. Talk about wanting youth involvement. Well, here it is. And we need to provide the opportunity. And thank you all again for coming. And I love what you all said. Every single subject was important. And I agree, the streets particularly. That's why we need our red light cameras. Stop some of this foolishness driving.
Mr. Holston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to say thank you to Lisa McMillan and turning everything around and everybody who makes that happen. I did have the great opportunity to share with the young ladies, and I will tell you that there were lots of challenging questions and lots of inquiries and even a debate or two, but they're learning so much, and I really do appreciate what you're doing, Lisa, with turning everything around and also with what's in your hand. To keep up the good work, and young ladies, keep up the good work.
And to the adults that are taking the time to invest in these young ladies, they'll never forget it. thanks for your time and your effort. It's going to make a big difference.
It will. Thank you. Before I call on the rest of the speakers, I do want to make a brief apology for some comments I made at the last meeting. I believe that they were ill-timed. While I meant them, I should not have said them when I did, and for that I apologize. I think the speakers brought up some very good points, and I did not intend to change the message to something else, so for that I apologize. Our first two speakers are on Zoom, Yusuf Abuzwaiter and Daphne Sanchez.
Hello? Oh.
I think he was.
Thank you.
He's in Houston.
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
Yusuf Abuzwaiter. I want to say, Greensboro has a rich history, and we're living in history. So I just wrote a poem that I wanted to read. So it's called "I Don't Want to Believe." I don't want to believe that in a city of progress where sit-ins sparked a fire for rights so fearless the echoes of those days could be lost in silence, or that our council would stand indifferent in compliance. I don't want to believe that Greensboro streets, which march to the heartbeat of equality's feet, could ever forget the lessons history imparts or ignore the call for justice in its citizens' hearts. In the shadows of Woolworth, where courage was shown, a spirit was kindled, a seed of change sown. I don't want to believe that spirit can fade and the light of challenges new and unswayed. We are a city where the voices found room to challenge the status, to lift the gloom. I don't want to believe we'd ever regress or ignore the power we hold to redress. I don't want to believe my cousin's life was a whisper, lost in the wind, a fleeting flicker. Our house may rebuild, but his memory stands, a testament to our unwavering demands. I don't want to believe my tears are unseen, falling silently in spaces between, for each drop that falls is a call to the rain, to wash away sorrow, to cleanse the pain. In the echoes of history's darkest hours, where voices were silenced, stripped of their powers, we see the scars of those once penned, truth the oppressors sought to end. I don't want to believe a ceasefire is just a word, empty and hollow, unheard, blurred. It's a cry from the heart, a plea for peace, a yearning for conflicts to cease. I don't want to believe our passions misplaced as selfish desires, untraced, displaced, for in every march, in every stride, lies the hope for justice far and wide. I don't want to believe in absence over presence and silence over voice and passive acquiescence, for being there, standing tall, is the truest form of governance answering the call. So as we yearn for a ceasefire, a pause in strife, let it reflect our commitment to life. For in each moment of peace and each breath of reprieve lies the strength of a city that dares to believe. That's it.
That was beautiful. Did you write that?
Yes.
And you wrote that. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Daphne? And while her camera is coming up, she'll be followed by Juliana Ganem, Layla Ganem, and Yara Youssef. If you could move to the window side of the room.
Can I speak? Sorry.
There you go. We hear you.
Hey. Okay. My name is Daphne Sanchez. I'm here today as a resident of Greensboro since 2011. I'm here to support explicitly and specifically a ceasefire resolution to stop the ethnic cleansing in Palestine. Every day I get on my phone and I see the worst thing I have ever seen. I am wondering if it is possible that our mayor has not witnessed the same atrocities that I have, because if she had, she couldn't possibly continue her support for the Israeli regime that has killed more than 20,000 people in the past 3 months. Mayor Vaughn, I have seen the shivering gray children. I have seen a baby smashed under rubble and the desperate group efforts to dig them out. I have seen a man's flattened head. I have seen every combination of relative weeping over their loved one's corpse, fathers weeping over their children, children weeping over their fathers. I bear witness to these horrors daily, and I see no end in sight, and I urge you to do something, anything, but call it a ceasefire. We have a duty to the dead. We have a duty to the living. Are we supposed to feel comforted that this is not happening here, so it's not our problem? If we are open to this kind of egregious brutality, if we allow it to exist in the world unquestioned, we allow it to spread. We accept that killing civilians, normal people trying to have normal lives, is okay. If one day my neighborhood of Westerwood is in rubble, I will have to concede to complacency. If you've ever experienced violence or been violent yourself, you'll know that it resolves nothing. It is immature, medieval, and regressive. Interpersonally and on a global scale, it is the wrong approach, so call it a ceasefire resolution. I refute the infantilizing comments which were made by a member of City Council at the December 5th meeting that perhaps we should focus this kind of attention on Greensboro. Everyone who cares about this issue in Greensboro is a fighter for a better Greensboro. Why do we ever bring up civil rights in Greensboro if we don't have a concern to continue the legacy that people in our city fought for? Is it just something we pay lip service to, an aesthetic, or is it a real lesson with a matching commitment? Does understanding our own history not give us the perspective to recognize injustices globally, injustices that were even federally supported at the time? We learned that we can't have selective human rights. We know better than to be complicit. Why should someone in the city's council ever say, what's the point? How do we change anything or have anything to do with it? These kinds of arguments are seriously concerning coming from elected officials. I hope you understand that this job that you wanted and that you have is about representing the people, not suggesting that you know better than we do. So here we are, the people, and you have a duty to democracy. Zach Matheny, I live in your district. Mayor Vaughn, I live in the city. Represent me by calling it a resolution for a ceasefire.
Madam Mayor, I would like to address this because there is a specific reason it is not being called a ceasefire, and I will explain that in my terms. These are the words that I came up. My husband supports this. He was born and raised in Jabelia refugee camp. A ceasefire means it will start back up. A ceasefire is not an end to a conflict. A ceasefire, whether permanent or just called a ceasefire, does not mean that the issue is going to stop. And as you saw in our resolution, we urge our national leaders, and that is begging our national leaders, we urge, that's very strong, to find a peaceful, sustainable solution. This is why it is stating end the conflict. And I ask you all to listen very carefully, and as did Mrs. Thurm, a ceasefire will start back up any day. Go look it up. Thank you.
Juliana Ganem. What's happening in Palestine is as simple as colonizer versus indigenous people. Zionism is a racist political ideology that has nothing to do with Judaism, but everything to do with colonizing the country of Palestine for its oil and resources, as well as genociding the indigenous Palestinians living there. The resolution you all passed, sorry, Councilwoman Mary Kay, is essentially useless as you did not call for a permanent ceasefire or even acknowledge the ongoing genocide at all, which is literally all we've asked you to do. We're not asking you to pick a side. Calling for a permanent ceasefire is not picking a side. It may seem like it favors one side, but that's because Palestinian civilians are the only ones still being bombed and massacred in the tens of thousands, while the only 3 Israeli lives taken since October 7th were at the hands of the Israeli Defense Forces when they shot and killed their own hostages as they were waving white flags and yelling in Hebrew for help. Calling for a ceasefire simply means the end of fighting on both sides. So just to be clear, unless you want innocent people to continue being killed in the most horrendous of ways, you will call directly for an immediate ceasefire. I understand you want a lasting solution, but first we must stop the killing with a ceasefire, as well as for all humanitarian aid to be allowed into Gaza. We will not accept anything less than that. Either you support colonization and genocide, or you support liberation for all. It is that simple. Also, at the last meeting, Nancy, you mentioned your trip to the settler colony of Israel, saying that you saw Palestinians and Jews living side by side, but you didn't mention how they lived together, so I wanted to clarify. When you visited the occupied territories of Palestine, did you get a chance to see the separate court systems, aka the laws of apartheid, in place? Because that's what it's called when two groups of people under the same power are treated differently solely based on ethnicity. That is apartheid. Jewish settlers live under civil law in court, while indigenous Palestinians survive under military law in court. Did you see all the main shops and roads restricted only for Jewish settlers to use? Did you see the brutal hour-long checkpoints that only Palestinian civilians have to go through, which are manned by Israeli soldiers armed with machine guns? Did you also see the thousands of Palestinian men, women, and children, and yes, babies, stolen by the IOF and thrown into prison? Did you see how those hostages and prisoners are tortured, starved, beaten, and raped by Israeli soldiers with encouragement from that fascist government you went and learned from? Did you see the terrorist Israeli government arming its settlers with a green light to terrorize and kill Palestinians? You essentially visited a modern-day Jim Crow South mixed with Nazi Germany and then bragged about it. You should be ashamed of yourself. Ashamed for visiting a place like that, ashamed for talking about it, ashamed for even speaking the name out loud to us. How dare you? The only reason the false state of Israel still stands is because of our money, American dollars. Israeli officials have publicly admitted that Israel would crumble without U.S. aid multiple times, as well as the fact that they're openly committing genocide. Guys, they've said that. Last meeting, you scolded us for not caring enough about local issues. We live in the country sustaining this genocide. That's local. We are local. We are the problem. And since you made it clear you believe you hold no real power in office and that whatever resolution you pass will end up in a filing cabinet somewhere, I beg you to go ahead and resign so that we may find someone who actually believes they can use their given power and represent us. Someone who actually wants to use their platform and make a difference, because newsflash, national movements start local. You say this isn't a local issue, and I say it doesn't get more local than the woman sitting beside you.
Thank you.
Do your jobs and represent us. Thank you. Free Palestine.
That's exactly what we did.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yara Youssef. I truly never comprehended how spineless the representatives in this country are, how heartless and not an inch of humanity there is within yourselves. It took 89 days for this city council to pass a resolution. 89 days, and the best it could have done was pass a resolution while avoiding important terminology that makes a difference. Terminology like ceasefire, as well as the acknowledgement of the lives that have been stolen and the ones that are currently suffering. It is so spineless to call a genocide a conflict, while there are people on the ground risking their lives every day, giving you live photos and recordings, and yet denial is still the route many representatives want to take. I would have never imagined that the term ceasefire is so controversial, but it clearly must be. We have been in the streets protesting peacefully, might I add. We even did a march through downtown where we chanted ceasefire, and still the term is not located anywhere in this bogus resolution. Calling for a ceasefire does not mean you pick a side. A ceasefire benefits both sides, and if you think it's only benefiting one side, maybe take a step back and realize that one side is suffering immensely compared to the other. People are being hunted down by their own skies in Gaza. There's not a single safe place in Gaza. There's not enough aid in Gaza to sustain the population. Winter has arrived in Gaza, and people are not prepared for it. They don't have the proper clothing. They don't have proper housing. People are left to make tents out of materials like blankets and linen cloths just to have something covering their heads. By passing a ceasefire resolution would not make you the first city to do so. There are 28 other cities who signed one as well. In North Carolina, Carbo, North Carolina is one that also signed one. I would be more than happy to give you a copy of resolutions that other cities have made where they state they want a ceasefire. We're not asking for a temporary ceasefire. We want a permanent ceasefire, but we have to start from somewhere, and if we don't start from somewhere, we're never going to get to where we want. We know Greensboro signing off on a resolution is not going to make it so that Palestine is free and the people in Palestine are liberated, but this makes it heard to the U.S. government that we don't stand with them. The decisions that they're making, the aid that they're sending to Israel, we don't agree with it. We pay for it. We're paying for the people in Palestine right now to be slaughtered, killed. I can't stand back and say nothing. I can't let this resolution that you guys signed off on just keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. After the next speaker, Duna Cassis, Star Rai, and Aya Abdelaziz. I did, yes.
Merriam-Webster dictionary defines the word language as the, quote, the words, their pronunciation, and the methods of combining them used and understood by a community, end quote. Language is the way in which we as humans understand, formulate, and construct our lived realities. In its most pure form, language has the ability to take the role of a tool, one designed for the improvement of the human condition, a safe space for progress as we engage with the abstractions of life, and a vessel for liberation of a false narrative that the way in which we currently live is the way in which life is ought to be lived. However, there is an intense potential for language to be weaponized. As we observe the atrocities currently plaguing our world, it is clear that language plays a vital role in the way in which we've all come to understand the current state of occupied Palestine. In the resolution passed by Greensboro City Council and its members, we must recognize that neglecting the use of the word ceasefire displays an attitude of appeasement, not change. Neglecting the use of the word ceasefire gives evidence that our elected officials, members, are using their platforms to maintain a world that is increasingly unsustainable. As if our elected officials have just discovered basic human empathy, the resolution reads, as we are sorry that people within our community are experiencing trauma and we don't condone it, thus resolved. However, and this is absolutely in no way enough. As our elected officials, you must advocate for a ceasefire. Merriam-Webster another word missing from this resolution is genocide. Merriam-Webster dictionary also defines genocide as, quote, the deliberate and systematic destruction of a racial, political, or cultural group, end quote. Calling the occupation and genocide a conflict deflates the value of every human life lost. As of 2 hours ago, the Gaza Health Ministry has reported the murder of 22,185 souls since October 7th. So, in conclusion, realize that the appropriate use of language is of the utmost importance in times like these. Please, my city council members, recognize that steps to a resolution include a stepping stone of a ceasefire. So again, I emphasize we must and shall continue to demand for a ceasefire now.
My name is Dana Cassis, and I stand here again to demand the Greensboro City Council to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, standing in solidarity with the people of Palestine, specifically those in the Gaza Strip who have been facing a constant genocide. At our previous meeting, some members failed to understand what we had to say, making it abundantly clear that the lives of Palestinians are not as important to them, despite the fact that there has been constant proof and footage of Palestinians dying and suffering. This genocide has been occurring not just since October 7th, but since May 15th, 1948. And yet most elected officials around the world continue to dismiss these atrocities because to them, Palestinians are not seen as humans. As a young child, I had the privilege of visiting Palestine multiple times, witnessing Israel's barbaric treatment firsthand and seeing the dehumanization of Palestinian children. During one of my trips to Palestine at the age of 10, I wrote a little note that said, "Please, Israelis, stop killing these poor little kids in Gaza. You guys should really think about what you are doing. Stop killing people and stop taking away our Palestine." One child is killed by Israel every 10 minutes in Gaza, and since October 7th, 2023, Israel has taken the lives of well over 22,000 people, including 8,200 children, as well as over 7,000 missing, likely trapped under the rubble, and over 56,000 injured. Reminder that these are not just numbers, but are actual human beings. How many more Palestinians have to be killed in order for people to finally wake up and see the truth? How many more Palestinians have to die in order for world leaders and elected officials to take action and stop ignoring an ongoing genocide? This year, the U.S. elections will take place, and once November comes, I guarantee you that not a single Palestinian or Palestinian ally will forgive or forget any leader who has continued to support genocide. Palestinian fathers are having to dig through the rubble with their bare hands, searching for their children. Women in Gaza are giving birth entirely unmedicated, and procedures such as C-sections, surgeries, Amputations are being performed out on the streets with no anesthesia as Israel has continued to bomb hospitals. This ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing is funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars, as the U.S. funds Israel with over $3.8 billion annually in military aid, which is equivalent to $10.4 million every day. Instead of using our tax money for more essential things for the U.S., such as universal health care, student loan debt forgiveness, providing a fair wage for workers, and solving poverty, it is instead used to fund a genocide and kill innocent Palestinians. This is why I demand the Greensboro City Council to condemn the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza and to join various city councils throughout the nation that have called for a permanent ceasefire. Over 68% of Americans are now in favor of a ceasefire, and that number has continued to increase. However, a ceasefire is the bare minimum, which is why we cannot stop talking until Palestine is free. So, thank you so much, and free Palestine.
One moment before you start. Is Nabel Adoma Hamid? Can you help me with that? Abdel Majid, Armani Assad, and Shadoa Assad. If you would come to that side of the room.
Hello, my name is Aya Abdelaziz. I'm a Palestinian American. I'm here once again, along with several other Greensboro residents, to demand the City Council to pass a resolution calling for an immediate, permanent ceasefire in Gaza and humanitarian aid to reach all of Gaza. We were clear with our demands when we were here a few weeks ago. We have been clear in our calls for a ceasefire as we rally in the hundreds every week in Greensboro. So if it wasn't obvious enough, the word ceasefire needs to be in the resolution. I appreciate you, Councilmember Mary Kay, for initiating the resolution and the other council members who also worked on it. But you know that we cannot accept that this is the best that the Greensboro City Council can do after 88 days of witnessing Israel's mass execution of Palestinians and the mass destruction of Gaza in real time. So the council has to be clear in calling for a ceasefire, as you are all clear in calling for peace and support. It is not revolutionary or radical or courageous to call for a ceasefire. We are not representing a minority here. Americans overwhelmingly want a ceasefire in Gaza, and as long as the U.S. continues to send American weapons, American bombs, American artillery for Israel to wipe out Palestinians, the national and global consensus for a ceasefire will prevail. We have to reject the attempts to normalize turning Gaza into an uninhabitable death camp. The way that we do this is to stop using language that is vague and meaningless. Because Congress has, why are we talking about this here? It's because Congress has ignored American public opinion on the ongoing ethnic cleansing of Gaza. So now we turn to our local representation where city councilors are more engaged in our communities. Countless international NGOs are uniting calling for a ceasefire. The UN has called for a ceasefire. 153 countries voted in favor for a ceasefire. The Pope called for a ceasefire. What is stopping the Greensboro City Council from calling for a ceasefire? We are not asking you to do a favor for us. We are demanding that you do your job in representing us as elected officials. We will stand behind you if you pass a resolution that consists of demands that actually represent what we and the rest of the world have been saying. You can count on this community to support you in this. We know that this resolution is not going to single-handedly end the genocide of Palestinians and the siege of Gaza or end the Israeli occupation of Palestine. Trust me, we understand that this is bigger than us. We have to do our part. We have to keep the pressure on our leaders who lack the moral clarity when it comes to Palestinians. We do not need any more cryptic language, and please spare us the mental gymnastics so that you can appear neutral. You should not want to appear neutral when it comes to systematic killing of a group of people. History will judge us for that. We need you all to be more honest. We need every single person who can leverage their power to have some integrity and decency to call for a ceasefire in Gaza clearly and directly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nabil Abdul Majid. I'm a 24-year-old lifelong resident of Greensboro, North Carolina.
Council members, why is it that in the time of conflict we forget the law? Is it because in this specific conflict it involves Muslims? Is it because we like seeing dead Palestinians? Or is it both? Council members, I'm here today to call for a permanent ceasefire. I'm here today to call for an end of the atrocious and unjustified genocide and oppression of the people of Gaza. I'm here today to call for the end of 75 years of unwarranted occupation of all Palestinians. I'm here today to call for an end of the recent rise of Islamophobia and hatred of Palestinians in your own city. I'm here today to call for an end of the use of our American tax dollars on weapons of mass destruction. I'm here today to call for the end of illegal Israeli lobbyist groups like AIPAC. Council members, my father grew up in the occupied West Bank. He had a friend named Nabil. Nabil was a young man who was full of life, who loved school, and was just a joy to be around. But one day, on his way home from school, Nabil, at 17 years old, was unjustly and indiscriminately shot and killed by the terrorist group known as the IDF. It was that day my father vowed to name his eldest son Nabil. Now, unfortunately, Nabil is one of the tens of thousands of Palestinians who are indiscriminately killed by the IDF in the occupied West Bank. Council members, in this city's school system, there's a rise of Islamophobia and hate of Palestinians. Here's just one example. My twin brothers, who are 13 years of age, came home one day and shared with me that the topic of Palestine came up in open classroom discussion. Now, my brothers proudly explained to the class that they are Palestinian, but their teacher, of all people, shunned them in front of the class. She explained to them that Palestinians are terrorists, that they're not human. She even proceeded to say that Palestinians beheaded Israeli children and raped Israeli women and children, both of which have been false, have been known to be false. Also, that's no place for a teacher to share her view and her opinion in a classroom full of 7th graders. Council members, there's even parents in this city who tell their children not to identify themselves as Palestinians for fear of them being harassed. Now, I see my time is expiring, so council members, I ask that you open your eyes, you open your minds, and you open your hearts and call for a permanent ceasefire. And lastly, they said that the old will die and the young will forget, but not in this lifetime. We will never forget. We are the children of Palestine, and we will not allow Palestine to die. Free Palestine.
My name is Amani. Not sure where you guys keep getting the R from in my name. I could stand up here and read off
sorry, what
statistics.
did you say your name was?
Amani.
Okay.
You guys read it as Armani or something.
I got it. Sorry.
I could stand up here and read off statistics and give you the Spark Notes version of what 75 years and 88 days have looked like in Palestine. But that was what we did last month when we came here. And honestly, Google's free. Why is it so hard to understand that we are asking for a permanent ceasefire, which, by the way, is the bare minimum we can do here in Greensboro? As your constituents, we don't feel fully represented by this resolution. I personally don't feel heard at all. Before coming today, I did my own research on ceasefire resolutions passed by other cities across the U.S. Why is it that Greensboro is the only city not using the term permanent ceasefire? I will be happy to share the Google Doc that I have. I could sit up here and list out every resolution that was written along with all the points made, but it's not my job to do that, and I know that you have the resources to read it if you really wanted to. It's public knowledge. Generations will look back at how we spoke about this genocide. Is this what we want to be the new history of Greensboro? How we were the only city to pass a resolution and completely disregard the term ceasefire? Mayor Nancy Vaughn, last time we were here, you said something that has stuck with me. You completely disregarded everything we explained to you all and said that even if we did pass a resolution, it'll just sit somewhere in Congress. How do you think that makes us feel? that our own mayor believes the people's voices do not deserve to be heard. The least we can do here in Greensboro is pass a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire. Even if it does go sit in some office outside our jurisdiction, at least we know we did what we could. Yes, we want a long-withstanding solution, but in order to have a solution to this genocide, we must call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, and we must stop calling it a conflict, because this is not a conflict. It is simply and quite literally a genocide. Thank you.
After the next speaker, Patrick Willard, Amade Borja, and Madeline Poole. If you would move to the window side of the room.
My name is Sheda Assad, and I stand before you today not just as an individual, but as a voice for those who remain unheard, caught in the crossfire of the enduring struggle in Palestine. I recently spent some time in Palestine from September 28th to November 11th, amidst the latest wave of conflict. Although I had the opportunity to return to the United States, even in the relative safety of the West Bank, I couldn't escape the harsh reality. I witnessed my neighbors' homes being raided, and every night was pierced with the sounds of gunshots and desperate screams. The situation in Palestine is not new. It's a heartbreaking cycle that has persisted for over 75 years. This ongoing struggle demands our collective attention and a resolute call for change. As a Palestinian American, it's disheartening to know that our taxes contribute to actions leading to the loss of innocent lives. We must hold our elected officials accountable. Demanding transparency and ensuring that our hard-earned money aligns with the values of justice and equality that our nation stands for. This isn't just about a specific date or incident. It's about over 7 decades of an ongoing humanitarian crisis, a persistent struggle that has become synonymous with the term genocide. To call for a permanent ceasefire isn't to stand with Palestine, but it's to stand with humanity. Free Palestine.
Hello, thank you. My name is Patrick Willard. I'm a resident of Greensboro. I've lived here for about 15 years. I've lived in Greensboro for about 15 years, and I've never been to a council meeting, so I apologize for that. But I'm here now because my heart is very heavy. My heart is very heavy, and my eyes are open to what is happening in Palestine. I really appreciate that you recognize that we need peace there. I really appreciate that you support our brothers and sisters in this community that are hurting right now. I am one of them. I am one of them that is hurting because I can't stand it. Can't stand to watch it every day. How can we let this proceed? How? Why? Why are we letting it proceed? We as Americans are the people. We are the people that make up this country. I'm exercising my freedom right now, freedom of speech. We signed on to the UN Charter. We created that body so that this would never happen again. We need to pay attention to what our duty is as citizens of this country and citizens of this world. Okay? The Charter says that we will prevent genocide. We will prevent it. We will prevent it. You need to prevent it and stop being so cynical that a ceasefire will not solve anything. Because a ceasefire will solve one child, one precious child, from being killed tomorrow if we can get a ceasefire today. And that's what we need to see right now, a ceasefire. Not some little watered-down version of a resolution that's going to make you feel like you did something. Okay, congratulate yourself tomorrow because we passed this thing for peace. Yes, we want peace. Let it begin with us today. But it's not going to be there without a ceasefire. How can we have peace without a ceasefire? I want you to answer me that. How can we have peace without a ceasefire?
I assume you're directing that at me.
I am. I'm looking at you because you were the cynical one that said that if we have a ceasefire now, that tomorrow that it will just start back up.
I will disagree with you. I've been to Palestine. many times. I've seen what goes on.
So have a lot of people in this room.
You asked me to answer. I'm going to answer you.
I didn't really ask you a question.
Okay,
I told you
okay.
that what you said was cynical. Okay, go ahead, answer, please.
I have seen, and everyone, if you look up the word ceasefire, it's temporary. It doesn't matter if it says permanent. It doesn't matter if it says today. It doesn't matter if it says tomorrow. It is temporary. I want an end to the conflict and a sustainable solution. I don't want to hear that my other nephew got killed. I don't want to hear my husband cry in the middle of the night. I want an end. And if I have to be the first city that says end this conflict, if I have to, with the unanimous support of my colleagues, say end the conflict, find a sustainable solution. For 75 years, there's been no sustainable solution. Then so be it. I will take blame for all of that because I stayed up all night, many nights, these last 3 weeks, trying to figure out how to word this appropriately to end this conflict. I don't know if I've answered your questions, and I can certainly take it if people disagree with me. That's what I'm here for. I understand that.
My question was, how do we get peace without a ceasefire? The peace that you are calling for still has bombing of children in it.
An
The
end of
peace
a
that you're calling
conflict.
for still has the snipers shooting Christians in the Catholic Church.
You yelling at her isn't going to stop the bombing over there. How about that? Quit yelling at my colleague.
Listen, I'm saying what I want to say in my time allotted. You cannot have peace without a ceasefire, and that's the truth. And I'm sorry that you disagree with that. And I'm sorry that I'm raising my voice when I'm impassioned.
I am too. I am too. And an end to a conflict
Free
includes
Palestine.
a ceasefire. Includes a ceasefire.
After this next speaker, Juno Rondelli, Fletcher Brooks, and Issa Abuzwader. Could you give us your name, please? Amade?
Yes. My name is Imade, and I'm a Greensboro native and a Guilford County Public Schools graduate. I would like to thank the City Council for listening to us as we call on you to pass a permanent ceasefire resolution. I am here because every Palestinian has the right to live. This includes Palestinians from Greensboro to Gaza. Israel has killed over 22,000 people, and for those who are living, Israel is killing their dignity. There are stories of Palestinian women who are starving, who are using pieces of diapers, tents, or cloths to soak the blood of their menstruation because pads and tampons are not available. These same women are forced to wait in line for hours to use a bathroom. One Palestinian woman said that she barely showers once every 2 weeks. I will never know the horror that Palestinian women and menstruating people face, but I know what it's like to not have access to pads and tampons. I was placed in a psychiatric facility shortly after my second suicide attempt. I entered the hospital with nothing, not even shoes on my feet. I was given underwear that feels like a spider's web and pads that felt like diapers. The weight of indignity made me collapse on myself. I created a 501c3 nonprofit called Depressed While Black that donates Black-affirming personal care items to psychiatric patients, including sanitary pads and tampons. And we donated to hospitals across the East Coast, including right here in Greensboro. There is no reason that justifies my ability to eat in Greensboro while Palestinian families starve. There is no reason that justifies my ability to purchase pads and tampons while Palestinian women and menstruating people have to cut pieces of clothes. There's no reason. we could potentially save the lives of Palestinian families with a ceasefire resolution that pressures the U.S. government to end the genocide that they're funding. Greensboro can make civil rights history in this moment. You can make civil rights history in this moment. I want to thank you for allowing me to be heard. Free Palestine.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, City Council members. My name is Fletcher Brooks. Thank you for opening the floor to us tonight. I'm here to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I will not go into any great detail regarding the situation in Gaza right now. I think other members of our community have done a great job of articulating the horrible reality. Instead, with all due respect, I would like to ask those of you all who believe that your only area of concern is within our city limits to reframe your understanding in a way that is more appropriate, considering the international status of the community we have here in Greensboro. I believe any attempt to draw a line between local problems and global problems is inherently arbitrary and ultimately untenable. Our world is becoming increasingly interconnected. Our community is becoming increasingly diverse. We've welcomed resettled refugee families and immigrants from every corner of the world. More to the point, our democratic system of government demands that elected city officials be responsive to the concerns of the people and even to events that happen outside our city limits when the effects of those events are felt within. For most of the world, from what I've seen, the events of the past 3 months have been more than enough for folks to stand up and demand a ceasefire. But if you want a picture of what might come closer to home, please consider that a real war might break out between the U.S. and Iran, or Israel and Lebanon. Already tensions are escalating, and many thousands of the sons and daughters of Gaza have already died. Please do not let the sons and daughters of Greensboro be next. If we have to go off and fight and die, then maybe the reality will hit you a lot closer to home. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
After Mr. Abswader, Mark Botchkiss, Brianna, and Nada Baker.
Before you start my clock, I want to say something. Please, nobody affected in this room as much as I am. I want my people to be civil. I don't want nobody hollering and hooping. I understand the passion. I'm one affected by it. My name is Isa. You can start the clock. Abu Zaitir. I'm a Palestinian from Jabalia camp. I've been in this country since 1972. So you could see I'm an old man. I'm 71 years old. I've seen everything. When I came to this country, and nobody knows Palestine. They used to say Pakistan. I said, no, Palestine. No, Pakistan. We don't know, they don't know where we at. Then I said, I'm from Jerusalem. Oh, you're from Israel. I said, no, I'm Palestinian. My family got ethnic cleansing in 1948. My family left our village without, not on their own. They were kicked out. My grandfather got killed. His name is Isa, anyway. And my uncle got killed. That's when they decided to leave our village. We've been in the refugee camp since 1948. And there was a ceasefire. Then we have 1956 war. And another ceasefire. Then 1973, another ceasefire. And ceasefire after ceasefire after ceasefire. Because the United Nations is a big lie. You cannot depend on the United Nations and their resolution because they don't implement their resolution. So don't tell me about ceasefire. I need a resolution for our problem, for our flight. We lost too many people. In this war right here, they call it Israel-Hamas war. That's not true. It's an Israel war on Gaza. They destroy Gaza. There is no more Gaza. Gaza is gone. Gaza, as you know it, is gone. But I say, let's have a solution. We cannot keep having wars and wars and wars. These wars, only the innocent and the civilians get killed. While the politician from our president, that idiot in Washington, to all of them, they are not interested in no solution. Or Netanyahu, trying to save his behind from going to jail.
Your time's almost up, so.
You know, you need to add my 30 minutes.
I did
I
add.
finished yet.
Let him talk about
I haven't finished because I was.
No, I added your 30 seconds.
Yeah, so you got like almost no time.
We all know she's in charge.
That's what you think.
Talk about what you were going to say about the resolution, and then that's good.
Okay. The resolution, the best you can get, kids. I love you all. I know your parents and everything. Believe me.
Okay.
If the resolution was permanent or ceasefire and all, that's what I want. That's what she wants. That's everybody wants. But she cannot get it in this environment. And you all know that. She cannot get no ceasefire with this environment, and you all know.
You got to tell him.
I understand.
Isa, take him outside then if you're going to keep.
I understand you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to have to.
I understand everybody. I have a passion for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I tore up some. My taxpayer pay for it.
Yeah. I think so. Okay, state my name, Brianna.
Yes,
you may claim that there's little you can do to be a real agent of change, and I disagree. There are countless examples that show more imaginative ways of resourcing our communities and supporting collective liberation, including from our very own community, many of whom are often not acknowledged or respected. When I was in 4th grade, I won a tri-county writing competition centered on what we would do if we were mayor. I often think back to what 9-year-old me had to say, someone who was living in abject poverty and that had already experienced significant violence and trauma, including that which was inflicted upon me by the state, local government institutions, and law enforcement. I saw another way, and I was fighting for the same thing that I'm still fighting for today. Basic human rights for all, dignity, support for the poor, working class, resources that address the housing crisis, food insecurity, jobs, health care, uplifting the voices of the lived experience and those that are marginalized and most oppressed. Council, what are you fighting for? Clearly, I have privileges. 9-year-old me survived to stand here before you today. A child in Gaza is born into a concentration camp where they face the grim reality of 160 children being killed every day, or one child every 10 minutes. I cannot stop thinking of the 22+ thousand Palestinian lives lost since the 7th, and the thousands before in the decades-long ongoing displacement of their people. The cries that plead with us daily, generations wiped out as this ongoing genocide is being carried out by Israel and violent settlers. All the while, the United States continues sending money to fund these war crimes, more than any other nation in the world since World War II. Yet we can't even get a living wage. Why? Complicit in genocide. This is why I stand with my community in Greensboro and those around the world demanding a permanent ceasefire now, demanding the withdrawal of financial, military, and political support from Israel, and a call for the restoration of human rights and self-determination of the Palestinian people. I do not consent in my tax dollars being used to fund this genocide or any genocide. Western colonial powers use divide and conquer tactics to breed hostility amongst people. We refuse to be pitted against one another. We must seek to understand the roots of oppression, deepen our listening, and stop the grinding death grip of the systems that do not uphold the value of our interconnectedness. We must support Gaza, and Israel must be held accountable for their war crimes and violations of international law. As Francis Weller says, through the gates of compassion, we are invited to enter into a conversation with all of life, including Palestinian lives. The Latin root of compassion is compati, meaning to suffer with. I ask you to not look away, to face the suffering, to open your hearts, touch your own grief, center people and the planet over profits, reimagine how we can create a more caring world, and actually listen to your community and use these platforms to demand a permanent ceasefire and an end to the genocide from Greensboro to Gaza. Free Palestine.
Hi there. My name is Mark Botchkis. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. I'm a longtime Greensboro resident. My family's been here since 1991, and we arrived here as a result of the Greensboro Jewish Federation resettlement program. And I see the Greensboro Jewish community is fairly well represented here tonight, and I'm glad to see that. We're speaking about what's happening in Gaza and Israel, and I'm here to speak on the same subject. I want to stand in solidarity with the people of Israel. If we didn't come here, if my family didn't come here, we would have ended up going to Israel. And my aunt lives there now, and I have lots of cousins who are there in harm's way. So my heart goes out to them. And it's terrible what happened on October 7th. That being said, I'm also here to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. And I think the brave Palestinian, I assume, activists here tonight who are passionately arguing their case, and I think I'm proud to hear that, and I'm proud to be here. This is my second council meeting, first time ever speaking, so I'm very proud to take part in this democratic process, to speak about justice. Right? This is what this country is about. This was the promise that the Greensboro Jewish Federation gave my family when they brought us over here. This is the place where we can realize a dream of justice and equality, and we've tried to make the most of that. I see that not everybody, however, with my 30 years in this country, gets the same access, and I'm seeing that same inequality in the way that this quote-unquote conflict is being talked about here publicly and in the media by politicians of all ilks. I think the person who spoke earlier about the importance of language is absolutely right. I say this as a marketing professional and a writer, so I depend on writing words for a living. But it doesn't mean that that's not, the point stands, right? I think I'm also here to thank you for coming together to put together this resolution. I know it's hard work. Piecing this statement together, and I've tried to do something of similar through the Jewish community in our Jewish Community Relations Council, so a small idea of what that takes. That being said, I also think we're missing an opportunity, and I'm sad for that. I'm sad for that because they're right. We should be calling for ceasefire. It's the bare minimum. We've done that in every conflict ever in the world. The first thing we say is, stop fighting, let's talk. Why are we not doing that now? Why? Ceasefire and a long-term solution to those are not mutually exclusive things. You can do both.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Neda. We stand here in front of you again, still demanding that the City of Greensboro pass a resolution that demands an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, urging for humanitarian aid to reach all of Gaza and an end to the blockade on Gaza. You are all aware of the atrocities and horror that the people of Gaza have faced for the past 90 days, so I don't need to stand here again painting a picture for you about their endless torture, hunger, and thirst. As a City Council, you have all came up with a resolution calling for peace and support. To put it simply, this draft is deplorable. Other cities have clearly written out to their Congress members in their resolutions that they call for an immediate ceasefire, return of all hostages, unrestricted entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, and the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies into Gaza. What's so hard about using these specific words? What's so hard about calling for basic human rights? What's so hard about calling for an end to innocent civilians being torn to pieces, burned, or sniped? There's nothing hard about it. As a collective, you have cowardly hid behind strategic terminology in order to avoid saying the words ceasefire or genocide. What's been happening in Gaza for the past 90 days, it's not a conflict, it's a genocide. Although your resolution has called for peace and support, and you believe it to be more effective than calling for a ceasefire, how do you expect to achieve this without an immediate ceasefire? You have just stated that a solution will include a ceasefire. Therefore, why is it not explicitly written? Rest assured, we will not accept this as a true resolution. We demand a better one simply because this is the least we can do. What you say makes a world of a difference, and it's a shame that we have to come back here and explain that to you. If Israelis and Jews in Israel can acknowledge this is a genocide and protest and demand ceasefires because they understand it's for both sides, why can't you? The only thing that should matter right now is not that we think that a ceasefire should be included in the resolution or that you don't think it matters for it to be included, but that the Palestinians in Gaza who are being slaughtered by Israeli airstrikes are saying they need a ceasefire. So we need a ceasefire if they call for a ceasefire. We know that Greensboro can do better than this. No one coming to speak to you here today or last month about the ongoing genocide of Palestinians is ignorant to the fact that there's only so much the City of Greensboro can do. However, as I said last month, change has to start somewhere, and no step is too small. We came to you as your constituents because we hope that the people who represent us will also represent what we stand for. So I ask you, as the Greensboro representatives, do you want Greensboro to be on the right side of history just by simply using the word ceasefire or genocide, or do you want Greensboro to be known alongside the other cities who remain coward bystanders, allowing the erasure and displacement of Palestinians? Palestinians want a ceasefire. We ask for a ceasefire. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Do you want to say something? I realize that this has created some passion and comments that I honestly did not expect. I respect each and every one of you, and I only ask the same. I was approached and asked if I would do some form of a resolution, and that's what I did. It is not acceptable, apparently. However, I would definitely like to say there is not another city in North Carolina who has passed unanimously any kind of resolution asking for the conflict to end. Carborough passed us. Carborough passed a ceasefire resolution 4-3. There is not one other city who is going to touch it. I'm sorry. If you want to be angry with me forever, if I get unelected over this, that's fine. Because I know in my heart I have had countless sleepless nights, and I know in my heart that an end to the conflict is a ceasefire. Into a conflict. No,
I'm sorry. Please stop speaking.
if you think an end to the conflict is not a permanent ceasefire, when has a ceasefire ever been permanent? It hasn't. Go back and read your history books. Go back and read, please. Go back and read your history books. There has not been one ceasefire that has ever been permanent. So I know you're angry with me, and that's fine, and I understand, and I respect your passion. But you find me another city in Greensboro that can pass any kind of resolution addressing the conflict, and then bring it to me, please. Thank you.
Our next two, I'm sorry, please stop. Thank you. Our next two speakers, the first one is on Zoom, and that is Rabbi Andy Koren, followed by John Cohen.
Hello, I'm hoping that you. Hi, my name is Andy Koren. I've been rabbi at Temple Emmanuel, our area's oldest and largest synagogue, for 20 years. I'm currently Temple's senior rabbi. My heart is heavy, I want to start by saying this, about Sergeant Nix. May his memory and service be a blessing. My sympathies to his family, GPD, and our city. Friends, I have extensive family and a large group of friends in Israel. If given the time, I could tell of the terrorism carried out by Hamas on October 7th in great detail. I could talk of the 1,200 brutally murdered that day, the 200,000 internal Israeli refugees even until now, and the 133 men, women, and babies still being held hostage in Gaza. I could have brought hundreds to these chambers to shout, bring them home now, and disrupt, as others I'm sure have done. But I didn't, because Greensboro City Council isn't the place for this. I will say this to Council Member Abu Zuwaiter, to Mary Kay, because I've said this to you in private. I am so saddened by your loss. My heart breaks for you and Isa, for your whole family, over the deaths that your family and that others with local ties to Gaza have experienced. I will say nothing less from the pulpit of Temple Emmanuel. I would love to hear that a local Arab leader, Muslim leader, activist, or anybody with connection to Palestinians has said something similarly in public about Israelis. Let me add, what took place in this chamber a month ago and what is happening tonight is not this or any city council's job. I pray that what you're doing tonight will not lead to a new round of expectations from you as city leaders. You are not charged with this, staffed for, or accountable for anything to do with foreign policy. Middle East peace will not be achieved here in Greensboro. That monumental task is not your job. What is your job? Make sure Greensboro is safe, especially for the Jewish minority in our area. Anti-Semitism is on the rise here. The women of the Holocaust Monument locally was defaced within days of your last meeting. Jewish youth about to go back in our schools are experiencing a wave of anti-Jewish hatred rivaling the worst days that this country has ever known. Local Jewish businesses have been boycotted. Our synagogues have been targeted by threats of violence. Our citizens have been subjected to nothing short of half-truths, mislabeling, bullying, and intimidation. You will not be judged by how you respond selectively to foreign policy concerns. You will be judged by how well you lift up and keep safe all those who call this community home, especially those of us with deep connections to Israel. My sincerest thanks for all that you do. I wish everyone peace, salam, shalom. Thank you.
I'll be brief. Mayor, City Council, I'm John Cohen. I was born and raised in Greensboro. I've lived here 68 years. I currently serve as the president of the Greensboro Jewish Federation, and I'm honored to represent thousands of Jews living here. Historically, Jewish leaders and families have contributed impactful leadership, and generous charity to Greensboro's success for 130 years, from health care to the arts, from City Council to the halls of Congress. Most importantly, the Jewish community has always worked to make choices that brought Greensboro together. Across America and North Carolina, city councils are contemplating resolutions targeting Israel and Jews. And without going into details, the language has been extreme and they have proven to fuel hate and violence. Greensboro is made up of many worldviews, and it's dynamic. Even the best intentions, outcomes are often uncertain, and the potential for unintended consequences are real. One of my father's life strategies for success was simple but very effective. Make choices that improve your chances. Tonight, the City Council chose to adopt a resolution that need not be divisive, calling for peace, safety, security for Jews, Israelis, Muslims, and Palestinians, while acknowledging the pain and suffering of all associated, focusing on those in our city. I believe the Greensboro City Council is leading. The Greensboro resolution will set a positive example for the country and will set a positive example for the country as protesters speak. I doubt any resolution can affect or improve the conflict between Israel and Hamas. But given the circumstances, I do believe that you've made a choice that improves Greensboro's chances for peace, safety, and security. Thank you, Mayor, Mary Kay, Tammy, and all of City Council for your thoughtful and effective leadership on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to some other topics. I believe those are all the speakers on the ceasefire resolution and Israeli-Palestinian relationships. The next few are on Zoom. We'll start with Ben Holder. You might want to wait a minute and let people exit the...
I just have a video. Ben Holder.
If you would just wait for a moment.
Sure.
Yeah, they're waiting to clear the room so those people can leave before Ben speaks.
Okay, Mr. Holder?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Holder, go ahead.
They're just playing the video.
This is a resolution recognizing January 11, 2014 as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day.
Whereas a trafficking victim is brought into the United States every 10 minutes, and whereas human trafficking is on the rise in North Carolina.
That passes 9-0.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank Mr. Ben Holder for just pounding this issue sometimes before so that we would know the severity and the intensity and gravity of this issue, which I have looked into since he's done that.
It's not right. You know, we call it
human trafficking, but it's really sexual slavery. I am a little frustrated. Mr. Holder has brought these issues to us time and time again. He shows that they are advertising for Asian massages and other things. And I think we have to take it a little bit more seriously than we have for the last few months. And, you know, it seems to me if we know that there is something that is being advertised as a massage parlor, it's as simple as going there and saying, let me see your license.
Whether, you know, you want to believe it or not, I've seen how this city has embraced that type of business for a long time, and with bumbling licensure and, you know, police officers getting naked and getting massages.
Officers, but hopefully they're not behind closed doors, unclothed. Hopefully that was not, you don't have to go that far. So hopefully that's not true.
A Greensboro vice officer got completely naked and had his penis fondled during a massage from a 59-year-old Chinese immigrant woman while investigating Amazing Spa at 620 Guilford College Road on September 20th, 2023. On October 31st, Communications and Marketing Manager Carla Banks sent an email to the editor of the News and Record to share her concerns. Ms. Banks and the Chief of Police met with the News and Record editor in early November. As far as I know, the newspaper has yet to publish a story on this subject.
I love our officers, but hopefully they're not behind closed doors, unclothed.
A Greensboro vice officer got completely naked and had his penis fondled during a massage from
that after the city tried to unconstitutionally stop the publication of Yes Weekly.
On October 31st, Communications and Marketing Manager Carla Banks sent an email to the editor of the News and Record to share her concerns. A Greensboro vice officer got completely naked and had his penis fondled.
I love our officers, but hopefully they're not behind closed doors, unclothed.
Are you going to let the greedy heating companies and their crazy high prices decide if your family is allowed to stay warm this winter? Here's how a former NASA engineer from Michigan is taking on the billion-dollar heating industry with an invention that's helping families around the country stay warm inside this winter without having to pay for expensive heating or buy dangerous space heaters. Picture this. A major blizzard has just ripped through the region.
Technical difficulties. Thank you. The next speaker, also Zoom, Billy Belcher.
Hello, I'm Billy Belcher from WOA, Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance. I am here tonight in disgust at the crimes that are being committed by the city and its police department in particular. As you know, after 4 Greensboro cops were arrested last year for committing sex crimes, a News and Record reporter spent the last few months of 2023 investigating whether Greensboro cops were abusing sex workers. The results of that investigation were not published because of the actions of you and your cops. According to public records that you have released, Police Chief John Thompson, City Manager Ty Jayoba, Assistant City Manager Trey Davis, and Communications Director Carla Banks should all be fired and investigated for obstructing justice because they intentionally killed that investigation into police wrongdoing. The people of this city deserve Chief Thompson's head served up on a platter. If he is content running a gang of rapists, he needs to be removed immediately. It has long been common knowledge in Greensboro that the police department is a slimy, crime-ridden cesspool of racism and sexual violence. And it seems like the most important job that the city council and the city manager have is to shield the police department from accountability. There was no accountability for murdering Marcus Smith, no accountability for hog-tying and torturing dozens of black women, no accountability for attacking unarmed people with police dogs, and now no accountability for sexual violence against especially vulnerable women. Mayor Vaughn, you have sanctioned every single piece of brutality this police department has delivered unto the people of this city. So I would end by asking you why it is acceptable to assault women if you're wearing a police badge. Why is the police chief allowed to tell reporters what to print? It is unacceptable. The police chief and the city manager have to go, and the snake's nest over at the police department needs to finally be cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on Zoom is Del Stone.
So the mayor recently said that she wanted us to focus on local politics. So how's this? An off-duty Greensboro police officer was shot this past weekend, and everyone heard about it. This isolated incident made national news, and every North Carolinian with a cell phone got spammed with so-called blue alerts, as if we're some kind of Batman that could do anything about the situation. Do we get notifications when electricians die? When plumbers or roofers or construction workers die? When something bad happens to a cop, everyone hears about it, even if the cop wasn't acting in his official capacity. Even if the cop, like Sergeant Philip Dale Nix, was off duty when he decided to confront some kids for stealing beer. But no one hears about it when the cops do something bad, unless enough members of the public make enough of a fuss to force some acknowledgement. When reporters ask reasonable questions, they are chastised by city staff, reprimanded into silence, and the story gets buried despite ample evidence of police misconduct. For years now, Greensboro police have been involved in operations at local spas and massage parlors, supposedly to shutter prostitution rings. But the way that police go about this not only fails to effectively target the perpetrators of the crime, they actively are targeting the victims of exploitative situations while allowing police officers to receive sexual favors in the process. Mayor Vaughn's emphasis on one cop being a quote-unquote victim's advocate speaks volumes, because cops, as we know, by default are victimizers. City council and staff are complicit in the cover-up of human trafficking and cops' receipt of sexual favors. And instead of taking any steps toward transparency and accountability, the city actively covers for cops and sex traffickers. The city stonewalls journalists and community members trying to get answers about seriously heinous acts. And meanwhile, the mayor has the gall to tell residents they should focus on issues in our community instead of making valid demands, such as for a resolution for a ceasefire in Palestine. Community members are able to focus on local and global issues at the same time. The people bringing these issues to council are the same people who are already out here trying to make change in our communities because our local government refuses to. There's no way to work with representatives like this, and there's no way we can expect a government who covers for abusive cops to protect us. Anyone who cares about the most vulnerable in our community should stop pretending otherwise.
Amen.
You know, I'm just going to say, if the News and Record really thought that the city of Greensboro was trying to kill a story, that would be the story. They would not back off if they thought they had story of the year.
Journalism isn't like that anymore.
The final speaker on Zoom is Cameron Holder.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Cameron Holder, and I am speaking tonight to remind everyone that January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and January 11th is Human Trafficking Awareness Day all across America, including North Carolina. It is my hope that you will take into consideration doing something to recognize this. Human trafficking is a public safety, a personal liberty, and public health issue which denies the human dignity and freedom of victims regardless of race, religion, gender, age, citizenship, or socioeconomic status. The crime of human trafficking occurs when a person is recruited, harbored, obtained, or transported through force, coercion, or fraud for the purpose of sexual or labor exploitation. Involuntary solitude or debt bondage, or when any commercial sex act is committed upon a person who has not reached 18 years of age. The National Human Trafficking Hotline, as well as partner agencies with North Carolina, note a significant increase in reports regarding family-related trafficking and ongoing vulnerabilities of families due to the opioid epidemic and persistent impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and other socioeconomic factors. The North Carolina Internet Crimes Against Children Task Forces reports an increase in cyber tips from a total of 4,930 in 2019 to 17,591 in 2022 as of October 1st. And the North Carolina Human Trafficking Commission as the legislatively mandated leader of anti-human trafficking efforts in the state. The North Carolina Judicial Branch continue to strengthen partnerships and support efforts across the state and region to build awareness of the many forms of human trafficking, to pursue victims and survivors, and to increase the prevention and prosecution of this egregious crime. The North Carolina Human Trafficking Commission is charged with examining and combating human trafficking, funding and facilitating research, creating assessment and accountability measures, informing and educating law enforcement personnel, social service providers, and the general public, suggesting new policies, procedures, and legislation, developing regional response teams, and identifying gaps in law enforcement or service provision and recommending solutions. Human Trafficking Awareness Month provides an opportunity to recognize that all North Carolinians can make a difference in the prevention of this crime and in the creation of solutions that address it and serve victims and survivors. It is my hope that you will declare January 2024 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month and January 11th, 2024 as Human Trafficking Awareness Day for the City of Greensboro and the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Al Lineberry, Brian Cook, and Brian Bodie. If you could go to the window side of the room.
Hi, I'm Al Lineberry at 536.
Raise it up for you.
Oh, brochure. My name's Al Lineberry. I live at 536 Woodland Drive here in Greensboro. I think I put my name on the right part of the agenda.
Yes, we're switching topics.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Last year, we were given the largest property tax with no normal adjustments to help city property owners. The budget for this coming year is 9% higher than the 10% increase from the previous year. These higher numbers, as I understand it, are predicated on what I call the what-if theory for projected revenue increases based on the assumption of continuous growth because of the outstanding development work within our region. You've realigned our city structure and expanded employees to at least 69 positions, mostly based on projections you and the staff hope are correct. And now tonight, it's looked like you'll be spending about $4.1 million to save $225,000 a year for a new loose leaf collection program. To me, the numbers just don't quite add up. Plus, this new loose leaf collection program, in essence, is a hidden tax increase. The other hidden tax, especially to the less fortunate, will cause the populace the need to purchase specialized bags from retailers to accommodate this disposal of leaves. What if a 50-gallon container is not adequate? What if the growth of our community is not driven to areas outside our city limits? Will the new program, as outlined, create more stress on our stormwater cleanup? How will our elderly or disabled population handle the leaves in this new program? As you can understand, this project needs, to me, additional thought and investigation, including possible better equipment which can more efficiently accommodate the what-ifs if the projections are not realized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Brian Cook. I'm here to voice my strong opposition against your new loose leaf program that you have dropped on us. I'm born and raised in Greensboro, lived here roughly 42 of my 47 years on this earth. Small business owner, active in the community, active in my children's schools. I guess I'm telling you all this to let you know that I have a lot of friends in this area. Know a lot of people that are from here, a lot of people that have moved in. And I can tell you, not one, period, single, period, person, period, knew anything about this until it was dropped in their lap. And that is God's honest truth. Now, I've been told that there were community forums. I'm pretty active in the community. I never heard of one. Zach, you and I have talked about this. I don't understand the thought process behind what you're dropping on us. I understand that we're getting paper bags. for leaves. And I really don't want to get into the physics of wet leaves and paper bags, but it really makes no sense to me. We're also supposed to be getting another trash can, which I'm learning now is you guys are going to have to borrow money to pay for. I understand the Leave the Leaves program. Mary Kay, you and I have had some discussions about this on Facebook. And with all due respect, I don't see the purpose in that. I understand if you have a small tract of land with grass and you want to mulch your leaves, so be it. Drive around Old Irving Park, New Irving Park, Sunset Hills, Star Mount, Lake Forest. We're blessed with many great oak trees, huge trees in this city. They drop a lot of leaves. And I don't understand how you guys can think that people of this city are going to take the time to bag in paper bags wet leaves and use a trash can that you're going to have to borrow money to give to me. I hope you'll reconsider, and I thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Brian Bodie, a longtime Greensboro resident, property owner, active voter, small business owner. I would also like to extend my reservations over the new Loose Leaf program. This is one of the most value-added services I believe the city provides. I am blessed to have many mature hardwood trees on my property as well. Something that I'm a bit of a tree hugger in that regard. The city workers that diligently pick up my yard clippings, every week, they probably don't like me too much because I'm generating a large volume. But I literally looked at my piles that are still on my street or on the edge of the street on my property today. They're 15 feet. The smaller one is 15 feet by 3 feet high. Another one is 50 feet by about 2.5 feet tall. And this is after a second collection. This is after multiple pickups. So, again, kind of echoing Mr. Cook's points, to borrow additional money just to take away a service that I understand has long-term savings associated with it. This is, in my view, one of the most value-added services that the city provides, and I would ask that you guys reconsider the position. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next three speakers, Susan Tysinger, Michael Murray, Howell Riggins.
Good evening. I'm Susan Tysinger. There's certainly worse problems in Greensboro than getting the leaves off of people's lawns. The crime, the panhandlers at every corner, the homeless who have taken up residence in places we walk with our grandkids and who have taken over Center Park and the path to Tanger Center. To all this and more, you, the City Council, and the Mayor seem to have turned a blind eye and a deaf ear. And now we have the leaves. Driving through Greensboro with green lawns is one thing that makes our city so beautiful. You casually allocate money to a ridiculous idea like traffic calming, which only enrages drivers, and nonprofits like Cure Violence Now without any data that anything has been cured. And now you propose to kill our incentive for having green lawns. The city's had a leaf disposal system in place for several years. The problem has been that there has not been an adhered-to schedule, so leaves pile up at the curb. Another problem seems to be that the equipment for collection is antiquated. So instead of updating the equipment and figuring out how to follow a real schedule, as successful businesses must do, you dump the leaves back in our laps instead of letting our tax dollars help pay for something that we taxpayers really want. Something you should have heard loud and clear. You want homeowners to leave the leaves on their lawns? Surely you know what happens then to the grass. Or gather leaves, place them in the can, or place them in paper bags. Any idea of the effort or how many bags that will take or how much longer it will take to do that? Or as I think Al referred to, or somebody, aging people have a hard time with all those leaves. Then what happens to the bags? Doesn't the city come by and pick them up in city-owned trucks? I don't need a $55 or $75, however much it's going to cost, can. I have a place on my property to dump leaves, but many don't, nor do they have a space for an extra can. Instead of springing for the cans that no one wants, putting in place a system that no one wants, how about doing transparent research to compare these two things? Compare the $4.1 billion cost of the cans, complete with bags, bag pickup, and anything else involved. Compare that to the purchase of better equipment and the launch of a real schedule to accommodate your citizens, all the while thinking about how your citizens feel about all this. Please do the research and get back to us. These are our tax dollars you're spending.
I also want to call up Renee Lopper and Larry, no last name.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name's Michael Murray. I'm a resident of Redford Drive, and I'm here to speak on or request y'all not proceed with this action with spending $4.1 million to save a couple $100,000 per year. You could simply take that $4.1 million that you're going to have to borrow and put in today's Treasury bill at 4.5%, 5% and receive $200,000. But I'm one of the oddballs on my street. I bag my leaves. I bag them in a 60-gallon bag right here, and I enjoy getting out. People walk up and down the street, we talk, and just the last time I picked up 3 weeks ago, I had to have 40 of these bags, 40 of these 60-gallon bags to pick up all the leaves. My point is a 30-gallon non-flexible paper bag that you have to buy at Home Depot or whatever is not going to work. And I just would like for y'all to not implement this crazy idea. A lot of cities have implemented, like Atlanta, where I'm originally from, and I tell my friends down there, I thank God I live in Greensboro, not Atlanta. So, respectfully, I ask y'all to reconsider. Thank you so much.
My name's Howell Riggins. I'm at Kingswood Drive here in Greensboro. The other folks have already said everything I can say just about, but done a better job of it. The savings of the changes that are being made in waste pickup are mainly through getting rid of plastic bags, which is a good thing. I think people should support that. The other thing is that those big bins full of compacted leaves are going to be hard to handle. And I really don't think it's going to be an effective program if it's continued. Thank you.
because I'm short.
If I've missed anybody who has signed up for the loose leaves, this is your time to speak. No, they have you down as GTA. If that's wrong, go ahead. Well, speakers from the floor, you only have 3 minutes, so you can speak to both things in the 3 minutes if you want. So come on over to this side.
Hi, I'm Renee Loper. Thank you. I don't usually do these things, so I think it says a lot that I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of this loose leaf collection change. I'm here representing myself, my friends, and my neighbors in District 3 and 4, some who wish they could be here tonight but could not attend. I live in Hamilton Lakes, which is beautiful. I think it's the best neighborhood in the city. But it's a forest, and there aren't enough bins or bags in the world to contain what nature gives us from our beautiful trees. I believe this process puts a hardship on homeowners. Many of our homeowners are older residents, some in their 90s and even have surpassed 100 living in our neighborhood, and they will not be able to follow this process. Some of us will have to pay a private party to now adhere to this new process because we won't be able to fit everything in the can or in all of the bags, and it's not feasible. So luckily, some of us can afford it, but what about those who can't? What does this do to the folks that can't afford it or can't physically handle this new task? Speaking of expenses, I question the economics of this change. It just doesn't seem to make sense. This new process is cumbersome, onerous, and expensive, and many members of the Greensboro community and my neighborhood, Hamilton Lakes, oppose it. So I hope you'll take a moment to pause and reconsider and obtain feedback directly from residents and listen to us and really gather the feedback and due diligence because I feel that this doesn't reflect what's best for the community and also what's best for our budget. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Larry Boyd, and I also live in Hamilton Lakes. And to be perfectly honest, I'm quite embarrassed to have to speak about this after listening to the passionate people speaking about the war in Palestine. And I feel really bad speaking about leaf pickup, but it is an issue for us. I'm 62 years old, and I have back issues, but I still do a lot of my own leaf picking up. But as Renee said, we have older neighbors that I'm very concerned as to how they're going to handle this in the future. Bagging leaves is not an easy task. If you've ever done it, you know that you come away with a lot of pain from that day. It's a very tough task. It takes a lot of time. And I listened to one of the gentlemen say earlier that when they're wet, that's going to be a problem for a lot of people, especially the elderly and the handicapped. So I want to ask you this evening again to please reconsider this. Find another solution to this problem. It is a problem for us. The leaves are definitely a problem, and Greensboro is full of trees, beautiful neighborhoods, and they're all tree-lined neighborhoods, most of them. We need to have another solution to this, and this is not the one. It just isn't the one. And most of the people that I have spoken with would all agree that this is a problem. So again, I ask you to please reconsider, find a different solution. I know you can. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, folks, I do want y'all to know, because y'all spoke from the floor, but there's an item that City Council will be taking up tonight that is directly related to the $4.1 million. And so while you spoke on the item from the floor, from speakers from the floor, once we get through the consent agenda, there's one item for public hearing. It gets into general business where the item will actually be discussed and voted on or delayed. Hopefully delayed.
Mr. Reeder, you've got 3 minutes, so use it wisely.
I'm a little confused talking about what Zach just got through saying. I thought this was an item agenda, right? And you can't talk on an item agenda
So
and
did
also general?
Did you sign up?
Point of clarification. I
Oh, you
signed
did sign
for
up
both.
under I-1, so right
Yes.
now you're talking about GTA. Well, go ahead and talk about GTA, and then we're going to take a break.
And then you'll give me my 3 minutes for the other, because I ain't going to take three on either
During
one of
the
them.
agenda item.
I'm not going to give you three on either one of them, so I won't be that long. GTA, let's address the buses. That's right here in Greensboro. All you have to do is walk right out here on Market Street, Friendly, any major road, and look. Buses running up and down, back and forth, nobody on them. And yet we're spending on the budget, we're talking about $30 million on page 102, around that area of the budget. We're spending $102 million. Then you go to page like 140 something, and you've got another $10 million that we're spending on transportation. Then you have, in the work session you just had, you will spend another $7 million, and that's on the crosstown deal. And some of that stuff just was not true, what was said in that. And we have a tremendous problem. I mean, we're spending $50 million on buses, and we're taking in 4, but we can't find the money to take care of our leave problem when we have something there that we're not absolutely not using. Bus service is ridiculous, and it comes to logistics. The young lady over here, Ms. Tysinger, was talking about the leaves, and to sort of circle back on that just a little bit, her husband's in transportation as I was, and we have a logistic nightmare in this town when it comes to transportation. You need to find somebody that knows a little bit about logistics. Is that through with GTA? Now I can go with the leaves.
Well, no, if you're going to
Or am
speak
I
on an
through?
agenda item, you got to wait for the item.
Do what now?
If you're going to speak on an agenda item, you have to wait for the item. So,
That'll
Okay.
be fine.
thank you. I would like a motion to,
That's what everybody was talking about, was the agenda item.
well,
That loose leaf is the agenda item everybody thought was up. See, there's where everybody gets confused. Yeah, that's part of the loose leaf. Okay. That's what I was directed as a door.
oh, well, you're better off waiting because then you get another 3
That's-
minutes.
that's
Otherwise,
fine.
you've got to do it in minute
I'm
16
going.
seconds.
I'm going.
Okay, thanks. I need a motion to excuse Mayor Pro Tem. Moved by Mr. Holston, second by Ms. Abuzawaiter. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Mrs. Thurm? Oh, she'll be recorded.
Aye.
Yes, thank you. We do have 10 more speakers, but we need to take a break for closed captioning. So if we could come back around 8:05. No, city employees.
Budget and evaluation, and we're gonna play What's It Cost? Can I know who we're playing with?
My name's Aaron.
Aaron.
And Lisa.
Aaron and Lisa, thank you, and welcome to What's It Cost? The game where we ask you what municipal government costs. How long have you lived in Greensboro?
About 15 years.
25.
25 years, and have you ever read the city budget?
No.
Okay, well, we'll just see how you do then. How much does a rookie firefighter earn in their first year on the job? That's starting this year, by the way, because they got a pay raise last year. Is it $36,000, $40,000, $48,000, or $55,000? What do you think? Talk it out.
I'm thinking 40. 40, 48.
We'll do
with you.
We'll go do. Okay, we'll go with 48.
It is 48,000! Oh my gosh! And you know what? And actually, And actually, in the last year, that's actually gone up considerably. It was an effort by the city council to raise the starting salaries. And actually, it used to be $40,000. So you would have been right. Congratulations. Yeah, we did. We appreciate our firefighters. Welcome. Tell me your name.
Mariah.
Mariah.
Kamora.
Say it again.
Kamora.
Kamara.
Araya.
Araya.
Akir.
Okay, are you guys ready to play What's It Cost?
Yes.
Wow, the enthusiasm is just echoing. Maybe we'll try one more time. Are you guys ready to play What's It Cost?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Are you ready? How much does it cost per ton? That's a lot. A ton is a lot. To dispose of waste at the city's solid waste transfer station. Is it $26 per ton, $32 per ton, or $48 per ton? Talk it out. What do you think?
48.
40. We got one vote for 48.
48.
48. 32. Oh, one dissenter. What are we going with, guys?
48.
48 is correct! Man! All right. So I need to know, have you read the city budget before?
No.
So how did you guess?
Lucky guess.
A lucky guess. Okay.
If you frequent Greensboro's Country Park, you might think something is missing behind me. It's the geese. Canada geese have made this a home for many, many years, but as you can see today, not so much. Also, what you don't see is the evidence of them on the sidewalks. That's thanks to a company called Goose Masters. Kara and Cody are owners of Goose Masters. Okay, what is Goose Masters?
So we use working border collies to rid Canadian geese off of properties like this, the parks, golf courses, colleges, kind of any property that has a goose problem. We use our working border collies to humanely and effectively move the geese off the properties. So the geese pluck the grass up when they eat it straight out from the roots. So a lot of the times they like being right at the edge of the water, plucking the grass off the shore. So right around the edge of the water, they're plucking it out by the roots, and then once they eat all that up, they're moving farther and farther up the ground, and it just causes bare spots and the runoff areas. They're just completely stripping. So then it starts to run into the erosion problem.
Yeah, you lose the dirt when you don't have the vegetation in it, for sure. So how do the collies actually rid the properties of geese?
So they're a working dog. So we started them on sheep, and their instinct and the way they move livestock, geese, waterfowl, any waterfowl really, they can be worked on. They move them by using the eye, which is known in the border collie, and they kind of get low to the ground, stalk like a predator would, very closely mimic a fox or a coyote. So the geese feel pretty threatened by that, even though our dogs are no danger to the geese. They love working them. We can work them on land. We do demos with our own ducks or geese. So the geese are never in any danger, but they think they are.
And so do the geese learn to not come back after that?
Yeah, you can notice here, no geese for quite a little while, and it leaves a lasting impact on the geese because it's the natural predator back in the areas like this where it's no longer available.
Yeah, so Kara, you haven't always been in the goose business though, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't dream of that as a little girl?
No, I was a very girly girl. Actually went to cosmetology school, but realized real quick I wasn't so much a people person. I like the dogs so much better. And being outside and with the dogs is way more rewarding for me.
Yeah. And it was actually a family business before, the dogs were a family business even before geese were involved, right?
Yep, they were. We started with just raising and training border collies. So, yeah.
What do you like about this job, about the dogs, about, working at all these different places?
Just the kind of the satisfaction that the dogs get. They love it. It's kind of what they're bred to do. Plus, just usually the reaction from the customers or people at parks, and how great it is now that they can lay a picnic blanket out and not have poop everywhere. So just those few things. The dogs love it. Being able to be with our dogs and everything is great. The background of our Border Collies is we start them on sheep, and then we transfer them. Some of them don't really like working birds, so we will sell those for like farm dogs or different things. But the ones that will do it both, like Abby here, we use her on the farm, moving sheep into lots and fields and everything, but then also we can take her out here and use her for geese. So she's a kind of all-around good dog, but so the background is they're sheep dogs, so they know their right from their left, the walk up, the recall, kind of steady to go slower, and just kind of move stuff wherever needed on a farm or anything. So I'll start off here with Senator to her right, way to me. Lie down. Here, Abby. And then you can call him back. Here, Abby. Come by. And then that is her left, so come by. That recall again. Lie down. The down, just kind of stopping them. We can kind of do a shorten walk up, and then the walk up is pretty much straight anywhere she is, straight towards stock. There isn't any here, but usually the geese are in water, so she'll kind of head towards that. So walk up, look, walk up, walk up. She's a little confused there.
Because there are no geese. She's like, I'm not sure what you want me to do.
Unfair to him, but kind of giving a little show. She's wondering what she's supposed to be working, but yeah, you can kind of, with that a little bit, you can see how in control every command that we give them. They're stopping when we ask them, even at several hundred feet away and everything. So, yeah. Here, Abby. That'll do. Good girl.
Think Abby could help you at your home or business? Check them out, goosemasters.com. You might guess by the name that when you visit Jerusalem Market on Elm Street in downtown Greensboro, you're going to enjoy delicious Middle Eastern food. What you might not know from the name is that you'll be treated like family.
So our father started Jerusalem Market, the grocery store, the deli, in 1989. And frankly, as soon as I could reach the counter, I was helping Dad, just doing what I could, whether it be running the register or just stocking shelves. But you know, we always observed them cooking because my dad loves to cook and my mom loved to cook too. So growing up, we were always around a lot of the food and exposed to the recipes. And we weren't necessarily like right there helping, but you got to watch and see what goes in everything. And you learn by, you know, osmosis. You learn by just picking it up. So that was always, it wasn't really asked of us, but we wanted to help in the store. And it really got us going, and really just that's what got us started, with the love of the food and the love of the food, like the culture through the food. Growing up, you know, meals were important. We always ate together as a family. Always made it a point on Sundays because my dad worked nights a lot of times running the original store, working night and day. So a lot of times, you know, during the week, we'd just be eating with Mom and eating with Dad, and always on Sunday. It was like you had to be there for Sunday dinner. But it was, mealtime always meant just basically sharing your day and sharing some, you know, some food. We made it a point to sit at the table, and you know, when you're younger, you don't always appreciate that, but it's really awesome, and I'm glad that we were kind of forced in a good way to do that. But yeah, cooking was always important in our family. A lot of us, you know, a lot of my family likes to cook and would always bring food over. A lot of times we had aunts and uncles that lived close proximity. If they made a dish that they had extra of, they'd always bring some to share. And that's always like part of the community too, just sharing the food and sharing, you know, if you got it, you share it, and that's what's cool. So just working with our dad all those years, you know, we always had a limited kind of menu at the deli there, and it was something we wanted to expand on because there's so many recipes like the one I shared with you earlier called mashi, kusa mashi, which means stuffed squash. It's, you know, yellow squash, like a spring squash, hollowed out and stuffed with a meat and rice, like ground lamb and beef, mixed with just basically white long grain rice cooked with spices, and then you stuff the squash in there, and you can cook it in like a light tomato sauce or even a yogurt sauce, and you just eat it like that. Get a few squash on your plate with the sauce, and you get that way you get the sauce when you cut it open on the rice. And you can even if the season is right, have really small grapevine leaves that you blanch really quick, and then put that same meat and rice mixture into and roll them. And that was a really special thing because you didn't have those all the time, and that was something like almost never made it to the table because everyone would end up munching them as the other food is being ready. Like the stuffed grape leaves were sitting there, and everyone just kind of squirreling them away. So yeah, that's my personal favorite thing growing up, and still really to this day actually. Another favorite dish growing up, it was something very special called msakan. It's a Palestinian roasted whole chicken, or even use Cornish game hen if you want to be really fancy. But it's served with a highly reduced mixture of sumac. Sumac is a lemony, tangy, purple-colored spice. Sumac and onions sautéed down so the onions are super caramelized and nice and creamy. So you take some fresh pita bread, or my dad's oldest sister would make a very special bread that she cooked on rocks, like stones, so it would have an awesome cratery texture, and she makes a nice big loaf of that fresh bread, and then after you roast the chicken, you put the sumac onions on top of the bread and the chicken on top of that, and then finish in the oven for 5-10 more minutes, and it comes out and it's served family style, so it's intended everyone just kind of, back home you eat with your hands, and this is definitely one of those dishes. It's best served that way, where everyone just kind of tears into it. You dip you tear the chicken off, you dip the chicken into the onions, and you get the bread and just eat bites of it like that. It's really intensely flavored and just awesome, just clean, crisp flavors, and it's something that always reminds me because my aunt's bread is super special, and it's good with the pita bread, but that was always taking it to another level, So yeah, when people enjoy the food and really appreciate where it comes from, and if my grandmother's recipes, you're eating the same thing like we used to eat, it really opens, it really touches our heart, because it's really, that's kind of the deepest, especially in our culture, it's the most genuine way to show gratitude is to feed somebody and to share something that you prepared for yourself with them. And the fact that our guests can appreciate that on the same level is really awesome. It feels like we're almost feeding you in our house, in our home, and that's one thing we really like to focus on here, is keeping that personal touch and being able to interact with our guests and really see how much they appreciate and enjoy it, because it makes it rewarding to bust your butt and work hard here if people appreciate it on that level.
Stephanie Goldsboro, Christine Hopner, Chandrika Malone, if you would just give us your name.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and council members. My name is Stephanie Goldsboro. This is the first time I've been to a council meeting, and what an education that I've gotten. The whole reason I'm here is because I'm running for district court judge. Judge Vincent, who's our chief, is not running. So it's seat 14. It's a Democratic primary. That's going to be the decider. And I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm here trying to figure out if I can introduce myself to the public and to the Honorable Council. Interesting to hear everything that's happened. You know, you plan these things about what you're going to say. This is who I am. I'll let you know that I'm a almost lifetime resident of Greensboro. I was born and raised here, born at Moses Cone. A police officer stopped my dad as he was speeding to the hospital. I waited tables at a Shoney's that doesn't exist anymore. It was on Wendover Avenue. I graduated from Western Guilford in 1995 and went to school in Winston-Salem at Salem College, but always came back here in the summers and actually continued to wait tables. And then I attended Campbell Law School. The reason I'm here and the reason I'm running for judge is because in the 1980s, my parents were divorced here. And in the courthouse, Judge Daisy presided over my parents' divorce. And an order was entered, and I, as a 46-year-old, was directly affected throughout my life by the decision that judge made. Not rightly or wrongly, it was just something that I take very seriously. I wanted to become an advocate because I understand what it's like being raised by a single parent. I started working at Legal Aid in Winston-Salem. I worked there for 7.5 years as a domestic violence advocate. I taught pro se divorce and custody clinics at the downtown library on a monthly basis. And I was also a guardian ad litem in high conflict cases. Some of you may know the Children's Law Center that's here, and they provide guardian ad litems in 50B cases, but they're also doing it for high conflict custody cases, and I've done that. I went on to work at the Public Defender's Office and now currently do criminal defense, but did criminal defense there, and then I went into private practice, worked at Garrett Walker, Demet Fraden, and now Garrett Walker, Akoff, and Olson. I'm here again just to let you know that I'm very committed to this community here in Greensboro and also across Guilford County, and I would ask for your vote, if you can, if you're a Democrat or an independent, on March 5th. Early voting starts February 15th and goes through March 2nd. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Christine Hopner.
My name is Christine Hoffner. I'm troubled by what I've read concerning the actions of city employees, ranging from administrative staff to a GPD detective and GPD's chief. It's been reported that massage parlors were granted city business licenses without being licensed by the state. That unethical act is just the beginning of the problem. Then a GPD detective was the recipient of a sexual act before he arrested the person who performed it. Following that, the city commissioner, the city communications director, the city manager and assistant manager, and GPD Chief Thompson created a cover-up, which is disturbing in a whole nother way. So I've got some questions. What's your understanding of what happened from massage parlors getting business licenses without state licenses through to the detective's action to the cover-up that city's administrative staff was involved in? Is there no response? Is there an investigation going on about this? Can you tell us what the consequences will be for everyone who engaged in unethical behavior? Can you tell us if there will be consequences for those people? Any consequences? Do you think there should be consequences for that unethical behavior? Does no answer mean that you find all this unethical behavior acceptable? Are you troubled by this entire incident, any or all aspects of it, from the erroneous granting of business licenses to the detective setup to the high-level cover-up? You know, in the Zara Jones case, you persisted in fighting for your duty to speak to the public, to keep them informed. So I'm surprised at how quiet you're keeping now. It's another disturbing aspect of this whole troubling issue, from the erroneous licenses to the behavior of the detective, to the behavior of the police chief, to the behavior of the city administrative staff trying to keep the story out of the paper. And I hope your silence will now be reported in the paper, because it's another aspect of it. So you said to leave contact info to get a response. Who do I leave my contact information with?
The courier.
And who's that?
Back table.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Davis, could you maybe just talk to the point that the chief has made some directive changes, I believe, or I don't want to state it the wrong way.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. You know, ultimately, you know, we've heard and listened to a number of complaints. We've heard a number of comments that have been made regarding this topic. However, council has been made aware, number one, there was never an attempt to stop any type of reporting. You know, when communications were received into the police department, the goal obviously was to ensure that if reporting was made, then it was made accurately. You know, again, we've listened to some comments that have been made by, you know, people for a number of weeks, and they couch them in a way that makes them seem inflammatory. However, number one, the police department's investigative efforts are practices that have been done. They've not been done to be concealed. And number two, any information that was there is either in our justice system, which is all public information, so nothing has ever been concealed, and there are also police reports to document. After this information arose, quite naturally the police chief took the opportunity to review any approach, any tactics that his investigators might use. They did make some adjustments to that to ensure that in these scenarios, we've talked about the sensitivity of people being in these scenarios that could be have hard times, and ensure that they're not furthering the negative situations that these females may be in these scenarios. So those practices and the changes to those investigative practices have been done. And again, it is the goal of the police department to ensure that if these situations are happening, I guess if we're talking about massage parlors or places that may be taking part in illegal activity, that they are addressed, but at the same time, the police department does have an effort to ensure that if these folks are in scenarios that are unfortunate, then they're providing them with assistance as well.
Thank you. Chandrika?
Happy New Year's to you all. My name is Chandrika Malong. I'm an advocate for the unhoused individual here in Guilford County, and I just had some concerns, and I do want to thank you guys for the $100,000 that y'all put towards the housing assistance for the unhoused individuals. But I do want to address two concerns that I have. One of the concerns is the unhoused individuals that were kicked out of the room, And another concern that I have is the rooms that they were sent to. The rooms that they're sent to are rooms that are not livable. My niece Jocelyn, she is actually one of the residents at Studio 6. She is disabled, and she got locked inside of the room due to the door being jammed. And I went to the office to speak on the behalf of that room, and they informed me if she didn't like where she was staying at, that she could check out. So after I called the corporate of the Studio 6, they was able to move her to another room. That room that they moved her to had exceeded amount of bed bugs on the couch, and I do have pictures on the couch in the bed. And Malik actually fell down the steps because when it was raining, the water kind of overflowed the steps, and he fractured his arm, and he has documentations of that too. And also, right after you guys released that $100,000 towards the housing assistance, the very next day, the city came to the RRC and actually took the personal belongings that belongs to the unhoused and put it in the trash can. And the next day they were wet. They didn't have anything. They don't have tents anymore because they're thrown away. They don't have the clothes that they had that was given to me, that was given to them by me and other ministers from other churches. So I'm just concerned about the unhoused individuals in this city. Yes, you guys made assistance for them to go into temporary housing, but there's nobody there to actually feed them or give them any type of advocacy when it comes to everyday living, because most of those people are insane and have mental issues and also have drug issues. I know you guys watched the news where at least 3 people within last year, the end of last year, from December the 24th to December the 27th, overdosed on fentanyl, and it was shooting at Motel 6 at Wendover. And I feel as if those are not places where these people should be at because they're dying slowly. So I'm just trying to figure out what exactly is you guys' next plan for the unhoused individual. And there's still plenty of unhoused individuals that's out here. And the IRC and Ms. Benita Sims is stating that she only could help people with families. And then the IRC is saying that their funding is for the employers. So where did the funding go that's for the people that are still out here that's unhoused?
So if you're asking about the hotel assistance,
yes, ma'am,
that is being distributed by WRLP.
She only represents families. She don't represent individual people.
No, the 100,000 from us and from the county is for individual apartment rooms.
Is that for Ms. Benita Sims?
Yes.
I talked with Ms. Benita Sims on numerous occasions, and she told me that she is only funding families, not individual people. And then the RC said their funding is for the employers, not to put the people in rooms.
I think the confusion lies with this.
Yes, sir.
Benita Sims wears 2 hats.
Yes, sir.
One as the director of Welfare Liaison Project.
Yes, sir.
Which helps with families with what she's discussing.
Yes, sir.
The second hat that she wears is she's the head of the Continuum of Care, the COC. The money that we are talking about on the $100,000 that High Point hopefully went through and Guilford County matched for $300,000.
Yes, sir.
Goes through the Continuum of Care, which Bernita does head up, but there's different buckets.
Is she aware of that?
I certainly would hope so.
Because I just talked to her before the year began.
No, that money is actually going through WRLP.
Right.
But WRLP does help individuals.
They do, and there's one
They
who
help
sits on.
individuals.
Well, I talked with Ms. Benita Sims, and she informed me the opposite. So I was just coming to you guys to see exactly where do I go, because I have 2 individuals here that are homeless, and they've been calling me, and I don't know what to do. And I have other people that's calling me, and I'm sending them to the RC, and I'm calling Benita.
Well, you can call Partners Ending Homelessness.
Right. That's
that is where
Partners
the
Ending
intake
Homeless
happens.
That's where you need to start.
Yeah.
That's the entry point of all of this. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You start there.
I spoke with them downtown as well with Miss Elizabeth, and they said that they signed them up, and if they don't qualify for the program, then they don't get the housing. They have to be mentally ill or on drugs to qualify for that program with the Partners in Homeless.
What they do is are you talking about partnership homes?
Yes, ma'am.
We don't have anything to do with that.
Okay.
It's a difference, and so you have to know the correct agency. The continuum of care is a group of all of
Yes, ma'am.
homeless providers. But in order to get someone into the system, to either do a rapid rehousing assessment, which is SPDAT, okay, which they analyze the individual's needs.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the needs, they are prioritized according to their housing needs, their case management needs. All of those needs are first assessed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then that helps put them on a path. But you start, really, and you can make a call to Greensboro Housing Coalition.
Yes, ma'am.
And Greensboro Housing Coalition, which is the hotline
Yes, ma'am.
for this, they start the process. They send out the information.
Well, I met with Partners Ending Homeless with a few people downtown,
You know,
and they put
maybe
them
we
on
should finish this.
30, they told me in 30 days they could see what they can't do.
Right.
So I thought emergency mean now.
So we should probably finish this discussion
Right.
after the meeting.
Okay, sure, cool beans. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Norma? Is there Norma or Jackie who wish to speak?
Hey, I'm Norma Jean. I've been homeless for 15 years. With all the money that y'all supposed to be sending out to the homeless, why nobody noticed that y'all send the money to help the homeless? There's a lot of homeless people out here that don't even know about the houses or the money that for the homeless.
You know, I think if you have a caseworker could tell you where the money is. It's hard to be on your own to figure out where the money is. That's why you really need to go through the COC so that you have a point of contact.
Well, like I said, me and my brother-in-law, my husband passed a couple of days ago. So we living in a little small building behind a church that we don't even supposed to be in there. If we get caught, we go to jail. But we don't have nowhere else to go to get out of the weather, to take a shower, change clothes, or whatever.
So I would...
Ma'am? Every time we go down there, they turn us away because we're not the color that they want us to be.
I...
They kick us out.
Yeah, I don't even know what you mean by that.
She said it's to keep the staff.
Yeah. Okay, we can't have this back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you Jackie?
Yeah, I'm Jackie. I've been homeless 14 years out here. Every winter, all straight, 14 years. I've been through case workers. They said you're going to get me a place to stay. I ain't got a place to stay yet. I'm still sleeping on the streets. Old bandit buildings, houses, whatever. Nighttime, it gets so cold. Be laying there and shivering and shaking. You get sick. You have to they might let you in the hospital if you don't have. They take a corona in down there. That's the only people that accept it. I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't like hospitals. I'd like to get me a house or apartment. But the City of Greensboro, North Carolina, helped me out. I pay taxes about all my life. I'm retired. What little money I get, it takes 2 or 3 people to rent an apartment in this place, North Carolina. We're trying to get in the room. That's what we're trying to get in the room tonight, to get out of the cold. We don't have funds.
If you
We
would
got a
leave
dime
your,
in our
if you
pocket.
would leave your contact information at the courier, we will get a caseworker to reach out to you. No phones?
No phone.
Malik, Ronald Harris, and Bill Griffin?
Hello, City Council members. Y'all, as my people say, I just fell at the hotel, and I do have some other issues that I really want to address. Drika, come here. You. And like she said, the hotel is unlivable. There's so many unconditional measures over there. The safety has been down. And I just really feel like y'all should look at that hotel, Studio 6, and really look deeply into them, because they have rented out rooms that should not be rented out to people like me and my fiance. Because there's so many people over there. It's so many people over there that hotel need to be shut down. And nobody should be at both Motel 6 and Studio 6. I feel like the whole staff need to go through retraining. That staff need to go through training to make sure that they got their measures up to par. Code violations, smoke alarms not working, fire extinguishers not in rooms, safety on doors. Need to check the ramps, the stairwells. Everything needs to be checked at that hotel. And I feel like it should be addressed. That I had to come to the city council. I fell and broke a bone in my hand. Lucky I didn't break anywhere else. But that hotel need to be shut down. And not only is that I have other measures. You got the pictures of the room? Oh, yeah. But the rooms and everything else that need to be taken. And the pilot houses should not be taken down. They should be long-term. That's what we need. The pilot houses to be long-term for them people that's in there. Don't let them come back out, because it's so many people dying. It's too many people. We need them somewhere stable, because there's so much going on that I feel like that my members of my own community need to be taken care of and treated with love, dignity. And Nancy Vaughn, this is a question to ask to you. Can you please step out sometime and look at this more? Look at our unsheltered community and look at how our unhoused members are sleeping. Look at the IRC. Check that funding which y'all putting into the IRC. Turn that funding and push it over to somewhere else that needs that funding, that's trying to help the community, that's trying to get these people off the streets, that's trying to help them sleep somewhere. Who hosting? Thank you, because you've been coming out there. You've been doing what you're doing. Zach, I done heard that you done came out there recently. Done came out to the park. I want to thank you. Me and you met at the meeting, at the last meeting we had. Y'all, please thank y'all for the ones that did come out. For the next ones, y'all got to come out. Y'all got to come out and step out. I need all of y'all to step out and come and help us. Be on our side to help us. Because it's too many houses. It's too many people unhoused out here that need to be in place. Somewhere warm, somewhere where they can sleep. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Malik, sorry about your arm. I just want to clarify, Marcus Williamson is not here. Rebecca Ellison. Okay. Ronald Harris, followed by Bill Griffin. Go ahead.
How y'all doing today? Well, my name is Ronald Harris, and I work for Greensboro, right? The contracting place. We get leads and stuff up like that. I got a remedy for the leads, you know what I mean? 'Cause check A&T out, we all go drive by there. The whole A&T, 6 of us do that by ourselves. leaves and everything get up. But anyway, that's not what I'm talking about right now. I just heard the lady say something about, gentleman over there say something about leaves. I tell them I give them a remedy for it when y'all close. It's called tarts. They sell them online right now. You put all these in there. It's about here, the way, whatever they do it over there.
You got to be by the microphone.
Oh. See where they do it, where the exit door over there? The tart fit all the way over to the window right there. You can load them up and put them in the yard. Take the blowers, blow them all the way down. No, the leaves stuff is something about the tarts. The tarts for the leaves. That's what they sell online. And they cheap too. That help y'all out a little bit. But anyway, like I said, okay, I'm living in Motel 6, right? Okay. You remember the girl Lisa Everhart? The one who took the instant shots and everything? They take medication. But she's a friend of mine, right? Right now, she got thrown out of Motel 6 for nothing. I mean, she said she went downstairs to get a soda and come back. I had left, right, and came back. And she said some guy down there's choking her. So she kept making them live, and she started hollering, right? You know, because she take 5 different pills, right? And so when I come back down there, I asked the front desk, what was Lisa Everhart at, right? They said, she's gone. She got banned. Got banned? Got banned for what? She had a big commotion out in the parking lot. I said, I can see a big commotion in the parking lot. I left her come back. She go get a soda. She come back. She done got choked. And y'all done throw her out the motel. So I ain't say nothing. So I called Liz and told Liz what happened. So she said she gonna check into it, take the gym and all that stuff. But this here been about 3 weeks to a month. I called on the phone and everything. I still didn't get no answer. But like I said, I'm not trying to throw nobody down, nothing like that. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And here, you know how I roll, man. You know, I try to keep it real, man. You know what I'm saying? I've been homeless since August 29th, of this year. But I got the federal halfway house. I stayed in prison 26 years. But this lady come talking about the homeless guys on the street. Hey, we ain't got nowhere to go. You ain't got nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody out there harming nobody by being homeless. If you ain't got nowhere to go, like you said, y'all got places for them to go. If they don't go, that's on them. But like I said, I done seen place up there, IRC, that's no place to be for somebody to live. You got rats rolling around at night. I done took pictures of that stuff. You got rats rolling around, people out there put tents and stuff. They made them take all the tents up. I went there one morning if I went to work just to go up there, you know what I mean? It's bad up there. And they closed the place down when it rained out there that Sunday. Them people got soaking wet out there in the rain. I don't understand how they do them people like that. Had the white flag down, then took the white flag down. I took pictures of it. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't one of news people done came to me plenty of time when we get on. I'm not like that. But like I said, Ms. Vaughn, right is right, wrong is wrong. Last time I come up here, you told me. Last time I came up here, this place, Ms. Nancy Vaughn told me, make sure Lisa Hardaway gets in the motel room that I try to take care of, because the girl is doing bad. You know? Now she's up at RC whenever she can. Man, Bill said he seen her on the street last night. She ain't had no coat or nothing on, man. You know what I mean? It's white when I didn't bought him a coat. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, Ms. Vaughn, I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes. But right is right, wrong is wrong. If you say you're going to do something, do it. Now, Leah said she going to try to get Lisa in the room, right? 2-3 weeks ago. I ain't heard nothing from her. I texted her, still ain't heard nothing from her. I just don't understand. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Griffin. Me and my wife got involved in the food ministry downtown about 8 months ago. And all started about a year ago. We, our church and in our neighborhood collected over 100 coats and took it to IRC. And I said, I could tell this is probably not the best environment, but we wanted to get more involved. So we started helping the food ministry. And on Monday and Thursday night, we go downtown and feed the homeless and, talk to them about Jesus and give them just a little bit of light of hope, some kind of hope that out of their hard day, they need to know about Jesus and what he can do for them. But, I just think that I've seen some things that's just overwhelming to me. We got veterans out there that are homeless. We have a man and his 80-year-old mother that are out there on the street homeless. and she has since fallen and broken her hip. She's in Cone Hospital. It's actually a disease, and I think you all already know the bits and pieces of that. But I just think that, I thought then the IRC was bad, but I just don't see them stepping up to the plate like these people need them to. Somebody needs to oversee the IRC of higher authority, make sure they're doing their part. Somebody needs to follow these caseworkers up. There's no such thing as a caseworker. They're just they're not following up. These people don't have homes, and you were right when you tried to get them in homes like the pallet homes. You were right to put them in motels and get them out of the cold. But these people don't get food. Me and my wife went to the pallet homes last night just to say hello, and we were thinking about them. And they hadn't been fed in 2 days. They hadn't even come out of the house, the guard said. And really, we carry clothes with us. We carry some food with us at times. And it's really overwhelming. Since then, the showers that are out there at the pallet homes have frozen up. They have no way to take a shower, and a lot of them are they're so aged that they don't like to come out of their place. They're just stuck in that little group there. There's nothing to look forward to for them. So our group downtown started on Mondays and Thursdays. We started coming up to the pallet homes with food. Well, when we started doing that, we felt like we were leaving the people in the motel out. So we went to the motels. And me and my wife, just personally, we can't all stay in one place, so we all branched out. So we took food to the motels. And that's probably my time up, but
Sir, would you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
Will you leave your contact information with Gary over there? Gary, will you raise your hand for me?
I will.
I'll follow up with you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
your time.
coming down here and continuing to tell the story of the needs that the community has, because I see it every day too.
There was a book that was put together through one of the county organizations that listed where all people could go and get food every day of the week. And so I did order 100 of those to come in, and we can certainly distribute them places that we know where there are people who are living unsheltered and at these meetings, because there are resources out there. And they update the booklet quarterly, so hopefully I'll have them by the next meeting and we can make sure that they are handed out where they need to be.
Right. Do we regularly inspect the pallet shelters? I mean, if the showers are frozen, it has been cold, I mean, we're not providing a service. I would like for us to follow up on the things I just heard. To see if that's occurring. And I think Nasha is not here tonight.
We'll take care of it.
But
we'll do that.
Yeah.
And, I do think it's important for people to know what the IRC does and what they don't do, because I think a lot of times people want them to provide services that they are not contracted to provide.
Right.
So that there really needs to be a delineation where people can understand that what you get at the IRC and what you don't get at the IRC.
It was stated that the IRC threw away all the tents. The tents were on city property and they were moved.
Speak up,
Chris
though.
just told me. Oh.
Madam Mayor, we can talk about this all night.
Yeah, we do have 2 more speakers.
Okay, I was just clarifying. You said that all the tents were thrown away. The who? Yeah, they were on city property. Now we get complaints. We hear that we have the homeless, and then we hear people complaining about the homeless being on the streets. So they want you to clean up, and then we know people have no place to go. So we always in catch-22 all the time. So some come and they say, you heard somebody earlier tonight, get the homeless off the street. We don't need to see, our grandchildren don't need to see them. Well, where are they going? So it's a problem that we can't solve overnight. And it really bothers us because there's nobody up here that does not care about people.
Right.
And the city and the IRC did work with those individuals who were living in the right-of-way, and I think that they got moved into the pallet shelters. So it wasn't that the tents were taken and that they had no place to go, that they worked with them in advance, that they would know they were making the transition to the pallet houses. We can't talk back and forth because they can't hear you. So there are two other speakers, Keisha Cunningham-Dockery and Jackie Gibson. And if you've signed up and I haven't called your name, please let the courier know.
Hello, City Council. My name is Shakisha Cunningham-Dockery. Hello, City Council. My name is Shakisha Cunningham-Dockery, and I live in East Greensboro. I serve this city in many facets on committees and commissions and boards. But today I come to you because last year you unanimously voted to give Habitat for Humanity $1 million in ARP funds. That is called the American Rescue Plan. The money you're giving them is not rescuing East Greensboro. It's supposed to be affordable housing, and affordable housing should not be substandard housing. And currently in my neighborhood of 65 houses, 67 houses, our homes are deteriorating, from mold and mildew and poor grading that was established when the neighborhood was built, not as the years have gone. The land officially originally belonged to Commissioner Landreth, then it was the cities, and then it was Habitat's. It was old farmland that had lots of rivers and ravines in it. Over the years, homeowners have tried to remedy these issues by placing gutters on the houses that were built with no gutters. We've tried to fix the issues up under our homes by having them re-insulated. We've had them re-insulated and whatever you're supposed to do to all of them. Over the years, 25 years, we've done it. We were told by Habitat recently that that is a waste of money, that we should not be we could invest this money to do our homes, but it would be a waste. In a couple more years, it would be the same problem because of the existing grading problems that were put in place when they built this community. They have acknowledged that. And for us to come forward, we've been talking to Councilwoman Hightower and several other people in this community for help, and nobody seems to be hearing us or trying to give us any help. Habitat has come to the table. We have asked the NAACP and a couple other people to help us. I even reached out to Ty, and I got a response back that said they cannot and should not help us. We pay taxes, and y'all still want them to build terrible housing in East Greensboro. We don't want any more Habitat housing in East Greensboro if it's going to be a result of what it is now. I'm having trouble speaking because I have breathing problems now. I live in a home with a special needs child who has health problems, and I don't know how to remedy that. I went to the Greensboro Housing Coalition. I was told that they did not want to help us because they did not want to get in the middle of this because Habitat for Humanity was one of their partners in the building hub. Yes, look at him. I am so fed up because we have done what we are supposed to do. This is not an issue of us not taking care of our homes. We take care of our homes. This is an issue that we were put here under the guise of all intentions, good intentions pave the road to hell. It was a good intention to build affordable housing in East Greensboro and on this lot. But we are suffering, we're getting sick, and then you tell us that even if we have the money, we cannot repair our homes without help. We ask you to rescind that money and make them fix this community.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Gibson, and I have a Habitat home. I bought it in '98, and I was so proud of it. And now it's like I got a half of a house. Part of it is about to drop down the hill. There's no steps to go down that hill. You're just going to drop down if you go. I have a shed in the back of my yard, which was sitting on land. Now it's sitting on half the land. It's about to fall off the cliff. And I don't even use my backyard, never have, because it's never been dry or stable enough to go back there, because so much woods are back there that they didn't practically took over my bedroom window. The seedings from the woods are just unbearable. I can't cut my grass. I can't do anything. At first, when I was cutting the grass back in the backyard, I had to use a weed eater. And I'm no machinist. I had to hire somebody to do that, and it was very expensive. And they told us that we would have to keep that land up, and then after 10 years, they said, oh, no, that's natural land. But I pay taxes on that land and can't use it. Even the side of my house, I can't even cut my grass because it's mud. It stays wet. So one part gets cut and the other part doesn't. But it's a swamp. And someone graded their land because they couldn't cope with their slope, so that made it even worse for us. And my AC unit went out, including heat. So I'm using electric heaters, and my windows got hair growing around them along with the mold, because it's so, no air or nothing circulating in there. So it's real. My granddaughter has asthma. They've been in and out of the hospital, doctor's office like every other week. We're going. They don't know what's wrong with them, but I do. It's their home. They breathing in the mold. All the windows are that way. So I don't understand that the sun never hits my back because of the trees. And even the side of my house is just total green from the dampness and the way the wind blows. And it's not livable. And it's not enjoyable. I go out the back door because my front door usually...
Will you finish for me so I can hear what you're saying about your
I use
front?
my back door,
Right.
because, which is not really a back door, it's a side door. I don't have a back door. So if we was to get burned up in the back, if it was a fire in the front and we was in the back, we couldn't go out neither door because it's the way it was built. And but like I was saying, when I go out my front door and I go through the yard, my sidewalk is drenched when it rains, so we don't even use the front door anymore because when it rains, it just soaks up everywhere, and driveway is about the only place we can walk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for...
And I did miss one speaker. Is it Janie?
Hi, my name is Janie. I am a pastor. I have been at RC, and I found a family that was in a car that I had to house myself. First of all, I'm not housing these people if they're not ready to take care of themselves. What I'm saying is it any way that you guys can get them in a drug program, evaluate them before y'all put them in these hotels and carry on. I just had a family member myself die of fentanyl. In this hotel, you're putting them in an environment where they're basically killing themselves. They don't have any type of evaluation done before y'all put them in these hotels. Do y'all realize it could be kids in those hotels? And y'all putting these, I realize they're homeless, but you got to deal with their drug addiction first. Because if you don't get the drug addiction together, you're never going to get the homelessness together. That's just bottom line. So for me, like I tell them, if you're not ready to do a part of it, I'm not ready to do a part of it. I'm not fighting for something that you're not going to fight for yourself. Thank you.
May I ask you, you say you're a pastor. Excuse me, young lady. Where's your church, or you just? Ma'am.
I'm a pastor at Impact Red Zone.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you leave your contact too?
Yes,
So
sir.
I'd like to talk to you. Thank you.
Okay, that is the end of our speakers from the floor. Now we go to the public hearing portion of our agenda, item H1, which is a public hearing for a resolution to close Whittemore Street, Cranford A. Jones of O'Farrell LLC, Young Bryant and Young Real Estate Investments LLC, and Dina Hayes of the Guilford County Board of Education.
Madam Mayor, you skipped the consent agenda. Is that how you wanted to do it?
Excuse me? Oh, well, let's do this because we do have a person waiting.
Yes,
We'll
ma'am.
come back to consent. Do we have a motion or any questions to close? We do have one speaker here. I'm sure it's for questions. You're good? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Council, please vote. Mrs. Thurm? Will she be recorded as a yes? Did count, yep. And that passes 8-0. Thank you. Now the consent agenda items G1 through G4. Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mrs. Abusawader. Council, please vote. Tammy, can you hear us? Should be recorded.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a yes.
That's a yes. Okay.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties here.
That's okay.
All my batteries are running out at the same time.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That passes 8-0. And now we move on to the general business agenda. Item I1 is a resolution to approve contract in the amount of $369,000 with Schaefer Plastics North America LLC. And item 1.2, an ordinance to amend capital leasing fund appropriations in the amount of $4,169,000 from proposed financing activities. Okay.
So we are taking them together because they do basically go together.
Well, there's two separate votes, but they're read together.
Okay. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis. So it says the funding mechanism is limited obligation bonds, correct?
Correct.
So I didn't see in here, first of all, could you just, for the folks that are here and maybe watching or listening, could you give a brief and understandable description of what a limited obligation bond is?
I'll certainly try. It's a debt financing where the item being purchased serves as the collateral. So there is no pledging of the city's total tax ability to fund that. So that's why it does not have to go before the voters. It can be voted on by council. So this would allow us to borrow funds where the carts themselves serve as the collateral, and we pay the borrowed money back over time.
Okay, perfect. So we borrow the money and we pay it back every time. That's what you just said. So in this case, as the item is presented to us, you're asking us to vote on borrowing $4,169,000. $4,169,000.
Correct.
I didn't see an amortization list. So if we're borrowing this money in today's world, which I would assume you would want to go out and borrow the money pretty quick, what is the estimated interest rate we'd be paying?
It's right now we're getting money in the 2 to 3% range.
So let's just say 3%, which is incredible if you're borrowing money, because I hadn't seen anything under 6% in a long time.
Yeah.
So that's impressive. So what is our amortization? How long are we going to borrow the money before we pay it all back?
Traditionally, 20 years.
Okay, so 20 years. So what is the actual number that we're talking about here? Because if we're borrowing 4.1 and you're going to tack on 3% interest, and I do pretty good math, but not great math on the fly like this, so we're really looking at a total cost on this of 4.169 at 3% a year for 20 years. So like I know when I bought a house or a car, it says, this is how much you're actually going to pay over this time. What's that figure? Surely you got it.
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Then I don't see how, Madam Mayor, we can vote on an item that is not indicative of the amount of money that would actually be affected by the city budget. Surely you would have an amortization list, because it is not a $4.1 million decision. In fact, you're better at math than I am. What would the actual number be?
Yeah, I don't want to guess at that.
Is it safe to say that over a 20-year period, we're talking not of $4.169 million, probably more like in the $15 to $20 million?
No, it would be maybe in the 5 to 6 million range.
Just $1.2 million of interest?
With the interest. It wouldn't be.
Over 20 years?
Yeah.
You're 3% of $4 million is $120,000 a year. Is that fair?
Yes.
I mean, 3% of $4.1 million is $120,000 a year. Right. We're talking about we're borrowing all this money to save $226,000 a year. So, in fact, in essence, we're really only potentially saving $140,000 a year. And let's go back on this. And I would love for you to send us an amortization loan so that we as City Council actually know the amount of money we're talking about. Now, let me tell you this little scenario. 50,485 homes. District 1, 8,912 homes. District 2, 4,579. District 3, 15,320. District 4, 15,418. District 5, 6,256. Totaling 50,485. That's how many homes the city currently services in its loose leaf program. And we're talking about eliminating something of, Mr. Manager, what was our budget last year? Total?
751.
$751 million. And we're talking about saving $140,000 a year to cut out one of the most significant services the city has that reaches every district, reaches 50,000 plus homes, that helps keep Greensboro green, to say what? And we don't even have an answer on how much it actually costs. Now, I'm not even getting into the logistics of how it's going to affect our stormwater, because having looked at it and knowing, looking around my neighborhood and driving through the city, you know, and folks, here in all honesty, and Griffin rode by my house the other day, one of our city folks. Did I have a leaf in front of my house? No, sir. I don't. Because I am one of those fortunate people that my yard people take my leaves. I got no dog in the fight except to represent the citizens that we are supposed to represent. We sat here for 2.5 hours talking about saving the world, and Israel and Palestine and Hamas and Gaza, talking about all kinds of great stuff that we have zero effect. Yet we have a personal effect for 50,000 plus homes, and it's not indicative in the statement that's in front of us on the actual amount of dollars that we're asked to be investing or spending. This is 50,000 homes in our community. How can we go forward with this poor designed, not financially appropriate decision? And I would simply, without going into the benefits of, and leaving the leaves and not leaving the leaves and where the leaves are going to end up, but just on financing and the amount of homes that this affects in each of our districts, and for those of you that serve at large, the 50,000 homes that are in specifically your district, to save what? maybe $1,000 a year on a $750 million, and it's probably, if I had to guess, doing the math that I know I can do, because I know the area that I represent, in particular downtown, I would imagine we're not going to have a $751 million budget this year, are we, Mr. Manager? I would imagine it's going to be close to $800 million, isn't it?
I can't speak to that.
But surely it's January, Mr. Davis. You've probably got the numbers working on it because you're going to be working on this budget, right? Do you think our budget is going to be closer to $800 million?
I'd rather not answer that with the manager to my left having decided not to answer that.
Will it be north of 751?
I'm not going to speculate.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of speculation, and we don't want to get into speculation.
It'll be north of $751 million. I mean, property taxes have gone up, property values have gone up. That's just common sense. So I won't hold you to that, but I hope the world understands that that's what has happened, which is a good thing. My argument would be that next year's budget is probably going to be worth more than $140,000 a year. So why in the world would we consider, when we've raised taxes over the last 2 years, additional $120 million in revenue, to cut a service that affects personally 50,000 households? And by the way, these households, it's not just people that live in them that own them. These are also renters. I'm talking about my man back here that had his cane walk up and say, I can't put leaves in bags. I can't put 50 bags. Folks, if you're looking at environmental, this doesn't make sense. If you're working at money, it doesn't make sense. But if you care about the people that fund our $751+ million budget, you will not make a decision that affects them more. That's 50,495 in every district. Folks, I just implore you, let's go forward with the plastic bag removal. Honestly, there's a couple other environmental things we could do. The loose leaf, and I've heard two things that were upsetting. One was, tonight, I heard it from my fellow council members, and I'm not going to name them. They know who they are. One was, well, they ain't over there in East Greensboro. They're all over there in West Greensboro, over there in the west.
I said that. You can call me
All right.
that.
I did too.
And you can
So,
call
so
me
okay.
that.
So,
I don't have no problem.
so here's the thing. I personally know the folks that run. Griffin, Chris, you know the guys that run Loose Leaf Program. They're talking about your employees, your staff, that they're not doing their job in East Greensboro. And I'm saying this. That's what Sharon said. She just admitted it. I'm saying this. I'm going to take up for y'all. I think the folks that do the Loose Leaf Program have done an awesome job. And I don't think that they're just in East Greensboro or West Greensboro. I think they're all over the city. And I don't think that's the right assumption. And I hope Mr. Brown, Mr. Vernon, and everybody else is hearing me right now, because I damn sure bet they are. The second one I heard was, well, it's just for a bunch of rich white people in your district. Well, that ain't the case either. It's 50,495 homes, folks. And by the way, so what? It's for the whole city. What are we doing to save $140,000? If it's personal, whatever.
Lives. It's about lives.
There is not one life that's been injured on loose leaf. They combine loose leaf with heavy waste pickup. Chris, you're smiling because you know it. Mr. Marriott, Griffin, have you ever given us a list of folks injured while loose leaf pickup? Ironically, Mr. Manager, I appreciate your biweekly update. You just keep giving me more information to come at you. Mr. Manager, you posted a great picture
in the biweekly, I read it. What was the picture of? The loose leaf collection program. The men that work on that program. I appreciate your updates, and I actually do read them. Folks, the money that we're talking about, if you just focus on the money, we actually have a program that does work. We actually have a program that affects people's houses. It affects where they live. And it's not just homeowners, it's renters. This is not the right thing to do.
I just...
So I would make a motion to deny the resolution and to deny the ordinance.
Madam
I have
Mayor,
a motion on the floor.
May I speak, Madam Mayor?
I will defer to Sharon if I can go right after Sharon.
First of all, yeah, I said it. It has absolutely nothing to do with employees not doing their job. If anything, they can't do their job because there's not enough of them. And so the people in East Greensboro that have their leaves sitting on the curb for 2 and 3 months because leaves, the heaviest tonnage of leaves is being picked up across town.
Yep.
No. These folk call and say, my gentleman called me the other week and said, my leaves been out here for 2 months. When y'all coming? Are y'all ever going to come? I said, well, sir, they picking them up on the, well, I don't want to hear that. Why ain't we getting fair treatment? That's what's happening. 50,000 houses. How many households do we have in the city of Greensboro? You're talking about 50,000 houses, 15,000, 15,000, but 6,000, 4,000. So what?
District 1's 9,000.
A few years back, I asked Dale Wyrick when he was here this question. We talked about this. And he said to me, the heaviest tonnage of leaves is in West Greensboro. Because as we heard tonight, they're the beautiful oak trees. We got the saplings. Okay? We ain't got no leaf. I ain't had nobody blow a leaf in my yard to here. So ride by my street. I ain't got a leaf either. I ain't got a tree. So you can't lump everybody in the same way. It doesn't. Secondly, we are the only city left that is doing loose leaf. Okay?
That's not true.
And even so, there's only one other. Why not try it? The other issue is there's injuries. So you talk about the dollar amount, okay? You talk about the dollar amount you're going to save. But what about the injuries? Do you know the people that pick up these leaves are temporary employees, black employees, making less, but they're out there in the heat, in the rain, in the sun, and in some instances they do have to shovel them up. And then when they get to the landfill, if they are in a plastic bag, they got to tear the bag out. It is a nasty job, okay? And this was a way to not only try to change the way we've been doing things, but to make it a little less burdensome on the employees. Every year we're having trouble getting temporary employees to even do this work. We have to take our regular employees away from their regular jobs to go and pick up leaves. So then when somebody's buck doesn't get picked up, there's a call. You ain't pick up my buck. You ain't pick up my yard waste, but they picking up leaves. So they're having to make an adjustment for this. The other thing is to do this now. We've been talking about this for quite a while. We had work sessions on this. We've had debates on this. We've had discussions on this. Heard the financial money argument about this was presented at the work session by 2 individuals here who voted against it, because we've actually already voted for the program to move forward. Tonight is to get the equipment to start this process, is where we are. And asking staff, and I'd like to hear from them, if we postpone all this, what's that going to do to your plan for you to try?
If we delay this at this point, we won't be able to make the timeline with logistics purposes. We won't be able to make that timeline to give all city single-family homes as residents the 95-gallon bin that we promised them.
But, and while there are people who say that
we can't have people calling out from the council chambers.
Well,
that's the warning.
Okay, you're right. That's a warning. So you need to have us to move forward so you can start to do this in a timely fashion. Is that what I'm hearing from you? Yes, Mr. Griffin? Chris, of course?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mary Kay, I know you've got some other things to say. I could go on forever and a day, but this is already on the table.
So
let's try.
It's Mary Kay, then Hugh. We do have 2 speakers signed up, and I know staff wants to speak.
Sure.
And Goldie and Nancy.
I wanted to address a few things, and then I do think that Mr. Marriott was going to address the injury question, but he could do that in just a little bit. So I had a couple of questions. Number one, for Mr. Davis, we have done many projects with limited obligation bonds, have we not?
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Could you name a couple for me, maybe?
Well, and we've
I know, I didn't ask.
No.
Prior.
We've done parking facilities. We've done other parks and recreation facilities. We used them for a lot of different.
For a lot of things, so it's not something uncommon.
No.
But
to
that's
do.
revenue
Whoa,
generated,
whoa.
right, Davis? You're talking about a parking garage, you're generating revenue off that. You're not generating revenue off picking up trash.
Let her finish her comments. She didn't interrupt you.
So yeah, I understand. That was the answer. I don't think I need any more from that. So concerning total savings, perhaps Griffin or Mr. Marriott could answer that one, because I think, aren't the savings going to be a lot more now since there's been some negotiation about the bins, I think?
Yes, you are correct, council member. We have negotiated a better rate on the bins, and with going out to bid on the distribution of the bins. Originally, when we came to council, we said this would be $5.3 million cost. Now we're obviously less than $5.3 million. And over the life cycle of a 15-year payback, which our finance director is not here. She's on vacation, but she said, let's just say we're going to pay this off through M&O. We're going to pay this off through your department's M&O. So it's going to come out of your M&O for 15 years, and we would save about $14 million or $14.5 million in that 15 years. But I believe if we stayed with our proper, what we've originally looked at paying about $480,000 a year off on these carts, to Mr. Matheny's question, we would pay them off in less than 10 years. Okay. But we could spread it out to 15 years if you would like and pay less per year.
And can I just add to that?
Sure.
And we will certainly get you the amortization schedule, but those figures would have been included in the numbers that Marlene provided them.
Okay.
So Marlene's numbers take into account the cost of financing this over the time period and still resulted in the savings that Chris is referencing tonight.
Okay, and very briefly, I want to go back to what Mrs. Hightower was talking about. We actually have been talking about this for 9.5 years. Every single year, every fall, every spring, every summer, and it has been in the news. The most recent, everybody keeps saying, well, this is the first we've heard about it. April 2023, the Rhino Times did 3 articles on it. And the reason I'm saying the Rhino Times is that's what's been thrown at me. Well, I didn't know about it. I didn't read about it in the Rhino. Well, it was in there 3 times. Go look it up. So, you know, I'm just sitting here so confused because we have experts we have hired. We have experts, people, who we told we're getting too many calls because our leaf service isn't working. We're getting too many calls because there are leaves in the street. We're getting too many calls that they're not picked up, and they can't get picked up with the truck when it's raining. Think about it. The vacuum truck doesn't work. They stay in the maintenance shop because they're getting rusty inside from the water that they try to pick up. Check with Winston. That's what they're running into right now. Check with them. So I'm mind-boggled that we, and Sharon's been the one, we've been the two who have talked about it for 9.5 years. Other people have been on board too, I understand. But when we finally have staff go and review best practices of other cities, I'm not talking about if Winston brought some new trucks. I don't care about Winston on that. That's fine if they bought some new trucks.
Check with Winston, but don't go check with Winston. They ain't doing it right.
No, wait. You know what I meant. They're running into maintenance issues, so they're having to buy new trucks. So the best practices, our staff has reviewed all of the cities. They brought back to us some of the things that could be done. So we've already voted on this. This is only to make sure that we have a good contract. We have already voted to end the loose leaf program. Is everybody happy? No. I was told today I would be unelected if I still vote for the bins over leaves. Go right ahead. I would know where my community stands. That would be, to me, a slap in the entire city's face, and a slap of the staff's face, a slap in the administration. And let's talk about, very briefly, and then I'll be done, the budget. My home budget increased 25–30%. We have all run into where prices have doubled, and you think the city doesn't have the same thing? We do. The gas for those trucks, everything. We're not trying to cheat anybody. So when our costs go up 30%, what do you think is going to happen? So, you know, that I'm speaking.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're going to have to.
No, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
So the upfitting, the retrofitting of the trucks has already been purchased, correct?
Yes.
So the trucks, as we speak, are being retrofitted, correct?
They will be starting January 8th. And
They will be ready, okay, January the 8th. So beyond all that, I just want to say we voted on this. I'm sticking by my vote because I don't see how we can recall that vote right now. Another council could, go ahead. And I support purchasing these bins with the contract that you have laid forth. So thank you.
Thank you.
You?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is correct that we have already voted on this, on the ending of the loose leaf collection program. I think that vote was 7-2 with Councilmember Matheny and I voting in opposition. For staff, again, what are we estimating that our annual savings is going to be by converting to this new program? Annual savings?
In year one? Year one, we're not showing we showed the full cost of some of the upgrades. So year one, it's about a break even. After that, we are looking at about $240,000 a year. More in year two because we'll have some different things going on in year two. But then after that, about $240,000 a year going on and continuing, assuming that staff costs and everything do not go up as much as they have. We looked at an estimate of all costs going up at approximately 5% on the CPI. But we all know in the last 3 to 4 years, staff costs have gone up much higher than that, which is what's driving the cost of loose leaf collection. It's very labor intensive with 6 to 8 employees, and those costs for labor has more than doubled in the last 5 years.
So then you're projecting about $250,000 net savings per year? Just so I'm clear.
Out of the city's general fund budget, yes.
Okay. So I guess my next question is then, and this was mentioned previously, so the new loose leaf program takes into account the cans, and that's included in your cost and your savings. It also includes the opportunity for the homeowner to purchase bags and to have bags picked up at about 10 bags per run. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that included in your number?
The pickup of those costs, yes. We do that currently.
So
that's part of our
not
current
the
cost.
bins, the bags.
We currently pick up to 10 bags a week.
Okay, but the cost of the actual cost of the paper bags.
We're not supplying.
Are you providing the paper bags to the residents?
No, sir, we're not providing bags to the residents.
How many bags per run can you possibly, or are we saying that we'll pick up?
10 during non-leaf season, 15 during leaf season.
And who's paying for those bags?
The resident.
Okay, so then going to Zach's number with the number of households we have, about 50,000 households?
That's for both pickups combined.
Yeah, that number
50,000
is incorrect. 50,000 houses had leaves picked up in the last fiscal year.
50,000
But we picked up
houses.
twice. Some of them we may have picked up one time. Some of them we picked up twice. So our best estimate is maybe about 40,000 houses, 40,000 houses use this. I know, from my house last year, they picked up only one time because I didn't need a second collection. A lot of houses don't need a second collection. If you were fortunate enough to get 2 or 3 collections because we were ahead of schedule, which last year we weren't, this year we are, that your numbers, those extra pickups don't count in that. It's only 2 official collections. So as we did 2 collections last year, we collected from 50,000 properties during the 2 collections.
So your number is 40,000, not 50.
That's the best guess estimate from Mr. William Brown.
Okay, so say there are 40,000 homes, but let's just simply say for the purposes of doing the math, that half of the homes don't need the service. Half don't need the service at all. They may be using it now, but half don't need the service. So that brings us down to 20,000. Those 20,000 homes have 3 pickups of 10 bags each, 30 bags. So 20,000 times the 30 gets us to about 600,000 bags. Correct? You following the math?
Sure.
Yeah, so 40, half of that, 20 households. 30 bags each household, 30 times the 20,000 gets us to 600,000 bags. At a cost of about how much? 60 cents per bag?
42 cents.
42 cents a bag.
Yes, sir.
So that gets us down to 42 cents a bag. I'm doing math in public here. Times the 600,000. What's that, about $250,000? So what that is that the cost of the bags is actually more than the amount of savings that the city is earning.
I have a question, Mr. Holston, for you.
Nancy, can you
Not
put your-
forgetting, they can use it, but the cost. And remember, I took out half the houses. So you can do the math either way you want to look at it. But what this is showing is that from a math point, the math isn't mathing here.
But
And in addition to that, there's some other topics that we talked about tonight that have come up. We don't have any paper bags, any plastic bags anymore as of March 1.
That's what council voted for.
And the plastic bags that we had were clear plastic bags.
They were supposed to be.
And they were clear for what reason?
So that city staff could tell what was in there?
When we had the paper bags. Can we see through the paper bags?
You can see in the top of it, most likely.
Well, and they don't have to open them.
Mr. Holston, I'm confused. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, let me ask. Everybody else was jumping in.
No. I'm not finished.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm. We also have the situation where we very potentially could be in a situation, and we heard it from some of the residents tonight, that, you know, once you blow your leaves to the edge of the lawn, then there's another job to do come March 1st. And some people just simply may not do that extra job, which means that they may let Mother Nature take her course, which means to rain, push, blow those leaves into the street with no one coming to pick them up, but those leaves then ending up in our sewers, and we have to do some additional work, some additional cost that isn't included in these numbers, if I'm correct. So the savings of 200 could go down dramatically because we have to treat the drains. We may have to treat the water because of the additional acidity, pH balances in the water, just a variety of things. We talked about the injuries before. And when it comes to these injuries, I'm very happy to, I would like to hear about the injuries from the loose leaf collection.
We had some this year. The first week we had 5 injuries on loose leaf collection. I don't really like to talk about injuries because it seems like it eggs them on.
For sure,
but we've been
right.
very fortunate in field operations, now solid waste and recycling, to have a very good year as far as injuries. But our first week of leaf vacuum collection, we did have 5 injuries that put employees out for the remainder of that season.
And how many injuries did you have from yard waste?
In that same time frame, 0.
Yeah, the picking up of the...
In the same time frame, 0.
Okay.
Now, over the course of a year, you have some, yes.
Right. So when we had the paper bags in the street, the 10 per household or the 15 during the leaf collection, how are those bags getting into the truck?
The paper bags will be lifted into the truck by the employees, but paper bags won't be as as every parameter we've seen and what we've seen in other metrics with Charlotte, with Raleigh, with Concord, who's already made this change. The paper bags just, they don't hold the water vapor that leaves and grass would hold in there, where they get wet and heavy and sticky and they get overfilled. And also we're issuing everybody at cart. That's the whole point of why we're here, is that they get a 95-gallon cart. If they fill the cart first, we have a mechanical mechanism to lift that cart into the truck. Therefore, we're engineering a way that our employees would typically get injured.
Right. Going back to the paper bags, and thank you for that information about the carts, but the paper bags. And so the repetitive motion of the city employee bending, picking, lifting, 10 per household, how many houses per street? So you think that's going to have less of an opportunity for injuries than the current system?
That's yet to be determined, but we do have had a lot of injury. That hose that you see, that elephant hose, is very heavy, and when leaves, especially a year like last year where it rained a lot, you had to have 3 and 4 people raking wet leaves up just to get them to that hose. We had a lot of back sprains and other injuries like that due to people just doing this repetitive motion over and over again in wet conditions. Whereas proper lifting technique, the thing with the paper bag is you're going to have to lift it with 2 hands, which is a proper lifting technique. You can't grab it with one hand and sling it.
And your knees.
Well, yeah, but you lift it with 2 hands, squatting position, like we teach our employees. They don't always do that with a plastic bag or any other objects. They want to try to save themselves a second. They grab it with one hand and try to sling it in the truck, kind of like with the elephant hose on the vacuum collection, and then they end up injuring themselves.
Yeah, and I give it to you that they are both repetitive motions. I give it to you. It's just that, from my perspective, the repetitive motion from picking up the bags of leaves is much more exacerbating than it would be with maneuvering the elephant hose. Let me see, one more thing here.
Please remember that the employees that pick up the bags, they pick up yard waste year-round. They're semi-conditioned for it. The employees that pick up the leaves with the elephant hose, they only do that for 10 weeks a year. They're traditionally driving other trucks and dump trucks and snow plows and patching potholes and stuff. They're not conditioned for that same motion every year. It's kind of like asking a baseball player to play football, you know, for half the season.
Bo Jackson.
That's one. Give me another.
Another
Two. Give me another.
Couple tokens. Well,
So,
we're going down the token list.
I'm sure I have some more questions, but Zach, do you have a motion on the floor?
Call for the
Second.
question because I made,
for lack of a second.
it died because there was no second. It's been dead.
It's a second now.
It's been dead. Well, I'm calling for the question because I made the motion. Goldie, you can go, yeah. You haven't spoken.
Second.
You're right.
But we still have council comments. I know there are some questions for staff, and we do have two speakers.
I wanted to share something. Now, my two colleagues over here tonight, they've been math wizards and future financial analysis, you know, for the future, how much money it's going to take, all that. But listen, we took a tour, we evaluated the process, we considered the sustainability, we discussed the cost, and we made an informed decision about this.
Yes, we did.
Now, you're coming up here tonight doing all this talking. We have had work sessions. I want to share the pictures that I took out at the landfill. Now, this is what really solidified it. We've been talking about this for 9 years, but every time you bring up leaf collection, people from certain communities come and they do not want us to not pick their leaves up. Now, we don't have a lot of complaints about leaves because we, as Sharon said, we don't have a lot of trees. When they build our houses, they don't want to put trees because they say we won't keep the shrubbery up. And I know they say it because I was on the committee when we were coming up with the new plans for the people. Now, at that landfill, that first picture, go back to the first picture. Those are the plastic bags. Those are the leaves that were picked up. And then they're in plastic bags. Then the next process, go on to the next picture. They are over there. Then go to the next picture. All right, there's something, they churn it up, but this is one of the last processes. Go back and, okay. They take those leaves, they have to take them out of the bags. That's what I want you to show, the men dumping the leaves. Every one of those little bags had to be dumped. Go to the next picture.
It's on a timer. And so
it's on a timer. Yeah. That's why it's not doing
I get it where you need it to be, though.
Okay. Mm-hmm. But every one of those bags, and we went out there, it was July the 20th. Okay, there was a man. July the 20th. There's a whole line of all these bags, and then the people were coming up, taking the bag, men and women. There was about 5 of them out there, opening up those bags in the heat. And he said, well, they can't work but 15 minutes because it's so hot. They had to do all of those. Then after they do that, then they take them through another process. And then when we got ready to leave, we saw this big mound of trash and stuff. So that's been there 2 years. 2 years that the leaves still hadn't been processed. This new process that we're trying to do is about sustainability. It's about saving lives. It's not about the dollars and cents. Dollars and cents do mean a lot. But some things, and we make decisions up here all the time where we spend money, and it's not even as crucial as this is. It will change Greensboro. It will change it. It'll change Greensboro, but it won't break Greensboro. It'll make Greensboro a better city. It'll make it a better city.
Please.
The plastic bag.
Okay. No, Goldie, please.
Yeah. The loose leaves were placed in the plastic bags. Because someone talked about tonight about the bags, the plastic bag. You were talking about you can't see if you put them in paper bags, and you were saying that the plastic bags were better because you could see through them.
Oh, no.
Oh, is that what you were saying?
No.
But
I'm simply
anyway,
saying that.
I just want everybody to know this is not any fly-by-night decision. We've talked about it, and we've talked about it, and tonight it comes up with all of this like it's something new, and it is not. As I said, we took a tour, evaluated the process, considered sustainability, discussed the cost, and then we made the informed decision.
So, I think Mary,
So yes, so
I had a comment.
I know Mr. Holston was talking about the extra cost to the taxpayer for buying the bags, but if I recall correctly, it was Mr. Holston and Mr. Matheny who requested that we move up all of the schedule for the getting rid of the plastic bags to March. Am I not correct? Sure.
Thank you, Mary Kay. That's a fantastic question. I appreciate you asking it because plastic bags absolutely have nothing to do with loose leaf pickup.
But Mr. Holston just said
can I
it
finish?
did. Well, but
can
Mr.
I finish?
Holston just said it did.
You asked me a question. No, I said, can I answer it? And you said, go right ahead.
Go ahead.
You want to play the replay? Hold on a minute. Plastic bags. I don't want to speak for Mr. Holston. You're exactly right. I said push it forward. Get rid of plastic bags. The whole discussion of loose leaf pickup has zero to do with plastic bags. Goldie, your pictures are fantastic. The only thing is, I'm going to fast forward to next year, you're going to have a picture with a bunch of brown bags in a big pile. That's all you're going to have.
Exactly.
Hold on, time out.
Stop.
When we spoke about moving the plastic bags, I specifically said, I agree and we should do away with plastic bags. Absolutely. I did not say get rid of the vacuums.
I'm really done. So all I was saying, and I don't want to be interrupted this time, all I was saying was Mr. Holston was going on the comment that it was going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money to buy the bags. And that was my last statement.
And it is.
And
Wait a
is it
second.
Nancy Hoffman?
Is Goldie, were you through? Then Nancy.
And then, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I'd like the speakers to speak. And then I have some comments too, but.
I just think I have a couple of points. Number one, the paper bags are biodegradable. That's going to make a huge difference in how they are handled. Number two, a majority of people in this city have never observed the proper way to handle their leaves. Nope. They don't want to put them at the end of their lawns because it will kill their grass. So they blow them into the street. And I've taken photographs in a number of my neighborhoods over the last few months. Piles of leaves 5 feet high. And the problem, as they get wet, they become glue. And this is why the vacuum truck and our city employees have an impossible job of trying to deal with this. And those 5-foot piles of leaves, as you drive down Kemp Road or whatever road it might be, impede traffic.
Ma'am, they do.
You reduce a lane on the streets in this city. You make it impossible for walkers, for bikers.
For kids.
Yeah. I mean, it really is an untenable process and situation that we've had in this city for years. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, we've already shown that there are savings, and It's like all of a sudden, it's suddenly the world is coming to an end. We're not picking up leaves. Well, yes, you have a 95-gallon cart, just like your recyclable can and your solid waste can. You can fill it up every week, and then add the bags on top of that. And I will tell you, the majority of people in this city overestimate the number of bags that they think they're going to use. So, enough said. That's all I have to say about this process. I, of course, was one of the 7 who have voted in favor of it.
Let's have the 2 speakers speak.
Who are the speakers? Are they our staff?
Mr. Reeder and Issa.
Okay, because I wanted to ask the staff a question first, if I can. So let me go back. Yeah, the bags is not the issue. We're going to go to plastic bags. But the issue is also, when we talk about injuries, using the vacuum. People drive down the street and throw bottles in those leaves. They can throw cigarettes in those leaves that catch a fire. They are a hazard, okay? They are a danger. And to the individual who may be sucking up a leaf in with the machine, and that glass bottle goes through that hose and maybe gets kicked out, that's dangerous. That's workers' compensation, okay? And we don't know how that's going to impact. Will it hit him in the eye, take his eye out? Maybe, maybe not. Does that sound dramatic? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But the bottom line is, you got leaves in the middle of the street, okay, where people get, there's all kinds of stuff. It's not just leaves, it's tree limbs, because I've seen it, sticking up out of the leaves, so you got to suck all that in. So that is a lot of work, and it's labor intense, and it creates what I see as problems for our workers, and it's dangerous. And I think this way, we need to just look at it different for a little bit. How many injuries would you say you see from something like that? And maybe you can't tell us, but you know it's out there. And we won't even get into the fact that you're trying to suck them out the storm drain, and they sitting on top of the storm drain, and the water can't go in the storm drain, so then the water's ponding in the road, and the bicyclists ride through it and fall, flip the kid. So it's a dangerous process. Let's do what we voted on. I'm sorry. Go on.
How many minutes I got? My name is Issa Abu Zaythar, and I'm 71 years old. And I take care of my own yard. I don't want these people bring this age limit. I ain't never seen a 9-year-old man do his own grass or else his own leaves. If these people, no, I'm talking about these people who are very disrespectful tonight. I forgot to put my boots on before I came to the council because it's so much bull I heard tonight. Look at it as a business proposition. And none of you probably have business. If you save $10 is a saving, or $5 is a saving. But when it's not your money, you don't care. Saving is a saving. When I go home at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and leaves is all over, I almost got killed a few times because people have no respect for the streets. If the people were not blowing them on the street to begin with, I don't think none of this came about. But people were thrown in the street. Mr. Hugh and you, if you throw a bag of papers in the street, what the fine will be? $250. Why the city does not apply that law on the leaves? When you blow it on the street, it should be fine to everybody. Because You're interfering with the traffic and everybody else in the city. You're endangering the people in the city. Because some people convenient, they grass don't want to die. Bag them. Your grass will not die. And let the city pick them up. But if you don't want them in the city, if you don't want the city to do this program, leave the leaves on your grass. My taxpayer money should not pick up your leaf. I pick my own leaf. I don't ask the city to pick my leaves. And I'm 7 years old, like I said. You are not better than me. You are more able than me. And by the way, election 2 years from now, ma'am. 2 years from now, the election. You know, do what is right for the city, not for your election.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Mr. Reeder?
Yes, that's quite a passionate speech. Thurston Reeder, Foxwood Drive, Greensboro. I think everybody here knows what side I'm on. I'm for keeping a loose leaf. It's very, very simple. I noticed a while ago on some of the speakers we had before, they were able to ask questions, interact. Is there a chance of asking a simple question? Number one, what is the amount in the budget last year for loose leaf collections? Does anybody know that number? I think you'll look at $869,000 or that ballpark. Is that right or wrong?
That was for disposal fees only. That's only.
Well, you know, whoever's writing the budget needs to make it a little clearer because that's not what it says.
I understand.
And I think we have a whole lot of problems in that, in translation and in communications we have a problem. How many households do we pick up at? Did you say 50,000? 40,000?
Well, I don't think those were households. Those were pickups.
How many?
They were not. They were not unique
We,
houses.
we pick up around 69,500 single-family homes.
That's garbage.
Garbage.
That's garbage. Mm-hmm. Okay. So why are we buying 75,000 bins?
But you also got to.
We think some people will want more than one, and we want to have a backstock for, you know, if people, you know, steal.
Pretty big backstop.
Or, you know, whatever, you know, it gives us an opportunity. From what Mr. Matheny is saying, all of his constituents are going to want 2 carts. So we're trying to make sure we have enough that when they all ask and want to buy a second cart.
I understand that part, but let's get to the part. Let's get to the part where, tell them, Zach. We're saving money, but one of the big things y'all said, now this was a big point, big selling point. Only 40% of the people use it. Only 40%. Pretty big number, I think. Pretty big doggone number. No, it might not be, but let's look at how much we spend on the buses that nobody rides, and we take in $4 million or less than $4 million. But what percentage of people ride the buses? I'm going to promise you it ain't 40%, and you know it, and I know it. It ain't 5%. What? You disagree? How many people ride them? You talking about all those free passes you give? I think everybody out here, most people know what's happening. And what's happening is you're not looking after the taxpayer. You're looking after an agenda that you have, not the taxpayer.
So Mayor, you're going to speak.
Let me, I may regret that I said this, but this is such a first world problem. We have so many issues facing our city, whether it's homelessness, housing, public safety. I mean, that's really what our focus should be on. You look at the cities around North Carolina who are thriving, Asheville, Durham, Charlotte, none of them do loose leaf pickup. We are not the first. We are not the only one. There are 657 miles of residential, not the city, but just residential neighborhoods. 657 miles. That's from here to Tampa. Keep in mind you have to do that double because you do both sides of the street. So we're going to collect leaves from here to Tampa and back, just to give it a little bit of perspective. You know, I don't think we'd be having this discussion if people did it right. But I spoke to somebody in Water Resources who said they have had the worst year this year because of all the leaves that have covered the storm drains, that they've had to do more cleaning this year than any other year. So things might actually get better if we said no loose leaf collection. You know, you can see when you drive down streets, the ruts through the leaves that people have to drive through. This is not good for our public safety vehicles, for police or fire. It certainly isn't good for kids who are trying to walk to school when there aren't sidewalks. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why we need to take another look at this. You know, when we talk about 40% of the people, there are a lot of services that we offer that not everybody uses. And I mean, to me, I just have to put it a little bit in perspective. That when I list my priorities of what I want to see for this city, I want to be the safest city, easiest to do business. We have our priorities. Loose leaf, do they hit the priority list? So when I look back over this discussion, this shows what I think we need to focus on. And it will be a transition. And it's going to be a little painful, and it's going to be a transition. It's probably saving us more money because the trucks are getting old, and they've been in, I don't know if anybody can speak to how often they've been in the garage and how often they have to be fixed. And, you know, we've all heard about the leaf collection ones that, you know, have the mechanical arm where you don't have people following it. Well, the mechanical arm does not nearly pick up the leaves as well as the people following it with the rakes and the shovels. The mechanical arms leave debris behind. Our fleet is aging out. We need to make this decision now before we are forced to buy more equipment. And that magic one-armed thing is not magic. It doesn't work. You know, the complaints we've gotten about us having bad employees because we didn't get the whole leaf. That's because it was the mechanical truck. It wasn't the guys following with the rakes and the shovels. So we aren't looking at a decision based on next year or the year after. We are really looking at a long-term decision.
Call for the question.
Madam Mayor, is it my
I made the motion.
Am I on the list next?
You can be on the list if you want to be on the list.
I think it's fascinating to me that y'all want to do away with vacuum trucks, and all of a sudden everybody in the city is going to be in compliance.
I don't think they
So
will.
so follow me on this. Y'all keep saying one of your arguments is safety. Okay, let's do away with the vacuum trucks. People are going to blow the stuff in the street. We're going to have the same issue between now and the next 10 years, and we ain't got no solution except to find people, which we can't find people because we don't have people. We're going to all of a sudden going to start doing compliance. Chris, Ty, Chris, Griffin, how are we going to do compliance? We haven't done compliance for years.
Okay. It'll be a nuisance complaint. So if your neighbor calls it in on you, just like if it was a house that was substandard, we would send code compliance.
When the emails that come in, and you talk about, and you're right, Mayor, you're right. You're right in the way that I've been sitting here preaching homelessness for the last 12 months. We've screwed that up royally. $32 million over 3 years. Boy, we've screwed that up. You're right. Loose leaf should not, y'all shouldn't be fighting this hard for something we actually do right. To save what? And by the way, the savings of $15 million over 10 years, I'm fascinated with that number because if you're saving $250,000 a year, if I do my math correctly, over 15 years, that's $3.6 million. It ain't 15. Are you including debt service?
So the numbers, and Nancy, Goldie, I appreciate your compliment. Ms. Hoffman gave me a little jab over there, but I do math pretty well, and the numbers don't work. So you're right, Madam Mayor. We've got 50,000. How many emails did we receive from constituents? No, it's not the same folks. Gary, I've asked for a list of everybody that sent an email. I would love it if you could break it down per district because you got the addresses about loose leaf collection, wanting it. I'm fascinated to see.
Same zip code. Same zip code.
Folks, y'all are going
to... 08, 455.
And so, and the fact that we just want to sit up here and Issa or whoever said the agenda punish West Greensboro for what? God dang, why can't we all get along? The employees not paid enough? I think Ms. Hightower said that. Let's pay them. We're doing this right. We're fighting.
I've called for the question.
We put the cost of the bags on back of the residents, the citizens, the
Mr.
taxpayers.
City Attorney, am I
It's called,
in the wrong?
this term has been used numerous times. It's a regressive tax. And by the way, I think it's fascinating that I have sat up here for, this is my 5th term, and I've listened to y'all, and I've listened to y'all be passionate about things, and y'all shut me down constantly. Goldie, Sharon, you sit here and yell all over me. Can I not just talk?
Woo. You do.
Issa should be kicked out. He should be removed. He's walking around threatening coming up here. He should be removed just like everybody else. Madam Mayor should be removed. And I thought it was fantastic that one of my fellow council members said, look at best practices. Look at Winston-Salem. And then they said, oh, wait, no, don't look at Winston-Salem. You're right. We should look at Winston-Salem.
Madam Mayor.
We should look at other cities.
Look at Durham. Look at Asheville.
Hey, look.
I mean, Asheville has
Folks,
huge trees.
I can count. I can count.
So is there a legal challenge here that I can do? Because I have a call for the question 3 times.
The city attorney has said he doesn't follow Robert's Rules of Order anyway.
Look, the mayor runs a meeting, so the mayor can make that.
Well, I let the mayor
thank
speak.
you for letting me speak.
The question, Sharon, there has to be a motion in order to call the question.
I had made the motion to move.
I have the motion. I got the second, so she can't call the question. If she wants to
He
call the
ain't,
question,
he
on
ain't
my
got
motion.
no second because that died. You, like you said, you can't talk. Well, you talked. You talked.
No, people always, when somebody makes a motion, says, I second that. They don't wait for their turn.
You don't talk and then second. Is that a new one?
I'll say this.
It's the mayor's prerogative to decide whether or not to make motions.
So we got this engagement report from a cleaning company, and I was going to talk about this a little bit later.
Let's
Interacting with the city
No.
council enhances my job
Zach,
experience at the
we
city.
have to stick with the issue on the floor.
No, I'm just saying this is an example of why our city employees don't have faith in us. We don't make the right decisions.
Please stop. So the motion on the floor.
I moved the item.
So that has moved and seconded. Council, please vote.
Is that for I-2, I-1?
Yes.
Huh?
Councilmember Thurm?
Yes.
That passes 6-2. Do we have a motion for I-2?
Move the item.
Council, please vote. Tammy?
Yes.
Councilmember Matheny?
Are you waiting for someone?
Councilmember Matheny?
Zach? I think he's a no.
Got to double check.
And that passes 6-2. All right, that is the end of our printed agenda. Quickly, boards and commissions. Sharon? Goldie? Nancy? Tammy?
Nothing for me.
Zach? Hugh? Mary Kay? Okay. Brief comments. It is a little after 10. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to offer my condolences to the Nix family on this horrible, senseless tragedy that happened this weekend. And I pray that justice is served and done because sometime it isn't. And in this instance, it needs to be more so than ever. So I hope that does occur. So I'm sorry that it happened. And to the GPD family as well. I talked to one of the officers, and she was just heartbroken because she used to be in that division as well. So continue to pray for her and her strength, as well as for the whole for the whole Nix family. Then I wanted to give a congratulations to North Carolina A&T marching machine that was in the Rose Parade on New Year's Day. I have a video of them, several videos. All the news stations talked about them. That was their first time in the Rose Parade. They looked and sounded absolutely fantastic. They did a wonderful job. They represented Greensboro well.
Excuse me.
The one HBCU in the country, and they were recognized as such. So Greensboro, North Carolina got a name in California during the Rose Parade. So Aggie Pride. Want to wish Reverend Steve Allen on his retirement, a long retirement now that he's no longer pastoring Shiloh Baptist Church, and hopefully he'll get to enjoy his family more. And I'm sure he's still not that far away from our community. He's done a wonderful job for the community in District 1 and East Greensboro in several capacities, all the way back to being a lawyer and a judge. So I want to thank him for his service to our community and wish him well. And then finally, Mary Kay, I am appreciative of you doing the resolution. I know it was tough. You and Tammy worked together, and I know it was tough. One of the things that I appreciate about the resolution, it talked about peace, because we all need peace in all of our communities. But I know right now it's especially a hard time for you all, and I'm sorry for the loss you suffered, but thank you for doing a balanced resolution. I think that, putting peace in it starts us on the path to all the things that people brought up tonight that they want to see happen. And I think, they say there's a song that says, let there be peace, I kind of remember, and let it start with me. So I applaud and appreciate you. And then finally, on Thursday from 5:30 to 7:30, there is a contractor meeting in Old Ashboro at Nettie Cole's Apartments. So we want to talk about Old Ashboro initiative, MLK initiative, as well as Willow Oaks. And that's to get a lot of our minority contractors at the table because they feel like they've been left out, and we want to change that. And Happy New Year to everyone, and very interesting night. Thank you.
Mrs. Thurm, do you have anything? And I don't know if I asked you if you had any appointments.
I do not have any appointments. I would like to personally thank Mary Kay for your partnership on the resolution, our ability to have frank and hard conversations and come out the other side. So thank you for being my partner as we worked on difficult subjects. It's my hope that we can move forward as a council and we can move forward together and have more of those kinds of working through difficult situations wherever they are and wherever they show up. As Councilwoman Hightower, I'd like to express my condolences to the Nix family, to the entire GPD family, as well as the GFD family. It's been a hard New Year's, and I look forward to 2024 and all the positive things and love and light of the new year. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wells?
I'm just going to ditto what Councilwoman Hightower said. I did attend the brunch for Reverend Steve Allen, who is retiring, so we congratulate him. And, of course, my condolences for the Nix family, and thanks for the resolution for the two of you working on that.
Zach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have plenty of thoughts that I'll save for next time, maybe. I find it ironic when folks talk about peace and love, but dispel such disrespect and hate, and it could be within 10 feet of you. In regards to Sergeant Nix, it's more than condolences that I want to offer his family. Having gone through a loss myself of my spouse, with kids, it is challenging. To do it around the holidays is even more challenging. The holidays that I've experienced the last couple of weeks have been very tough. And then, Sergeant Nix, and then looking at the emails that we get and the other homicides that we've had, it's troubling. And so we are right. We do need to look within. We do need to look in the mirror and be appreciative. And I'll tell you, with Sergeant Nix, just learning more about his character and his integrity, and quite frankly, his whole family's integrity. We lost a really good person. And I want to say this too. Sergeant Nix, as wonderful a person as he was a member of a wonderful organization. And I heard a few things tonight that upset me greatly. And that was a challenge of our chief, John Thompson. And I think one of the phrases was, the community should have his head on a platter, which is disturbing by no end that somebody would say that. To me, that is a threatening comment. I think that that's more than disturbing, and I think our city staff and attorneys should look into the comments like that. And I just want Chief Thompson and every person that wears a badge, be it GPD, the women and men there, the women and men that work in GPD's community, the fire department, which Sergeant Nix had numerous family members associated with the fire department, the men and women there, and the sworn and not sworn. And then thinking about getting that call, if you're a 911 officer, with Sergeant Nix having worked there, and they probably worked beside him, to get that call where you have to call out help to one of your own.
He started as a 911.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's terrible. And my kids and I went up, and I saw Mr. Manager there, and I just want, because, hopefully the Knicks aren't watching this, but I not only want the family to know that we love them and we wrap their arms around them, and I made this comment, as much as he loved this community and he wrapped his arms around families and the advocacy that he gave, I hope that they feel his big arms wrapping around them throughout this time that they need that healing. And for the people that wear the badge, that support us and serve us every day, in first responders, and I'll include Guilford County EMS, that I want you to know that we support you, not just because you lost one of your own, but because we support you and we appreciate you for everything you do for us when sometimes we may not deserve it, but most of all, just in your families. I just can't imagine. I'm too much of a wimp. But I want them to know that we support them. And I've called Manager Davis, and I don't know what our council can do. But Mr. Manager, whatever we can do to support all of our first responders, I think it would be important for us to do.
And to kind of piggyback on what Zach is saying, he was also a big member of the FJC. And I know that that office is in a lot of pain right now. And what they do with people who are suffering with domestic violence, sexual violence, he was an integral part of making their lives better, of holding people accountable who needed to be held accountable. When I look back on things that he has done through his career, I was really hit by two things. And one was he was a victim's advocate. And now he is a victim. And it's going to be up to us to advocate for him and his family. And the other one was that he was very involved in peer support. And that agency, the fire department, our city, they're going to need a lot of peer support. He has left his mark, his legacy on GPD in the city of Greensboro. And it's a shame that we learn about all these great things and great people when they've died. And I guess the point of saying that is there are a lot of other men and women who are walking around in those departments who have made significant contributions to our city, to us, and I think we have to keep that in mind, that we cross paths with a lot of people every day, and we don't know what burdens they have, but they come to work and they do their best, and this is a tough time. I do know that the Greensboro Police Officers Association, Cody St. Pierre, has started an online fundraiser for the Nix family. You can find it, I know you can find it on my mayor Facebook page. I think most of us have it on Facebook or Twitter and on the police page. So if you would like to contribute to his family, this would be a good time to do that. Mary Kay?
Yes, I can't repeat, and I won't, what everyone has said so eloquently. I mean, truly. But Sergeant Nix stood at that podium on October 17th when I delivered the Domestic Violence Awareness Month resolution. And I have to say, I did not work with him as well as the staff did. They are the ones who are absolutely, as the mayor said, just heartbroken to no end, as well as the police department, the 911 dispatchers who got those calls. I mean, everybody. But just knowing him as briefly as I have, he has been here for every October for the National Violence Awareness resolutions. He has been on the front steps every time we've had an event. And Dr. Goldie, you've been at those. Sharon, you have. It's just, he's always been there. And it's almost like we knew he was there, and he was a mainstay. And he on some of the events, I look back at pictures, he didn't have to be in the front. He was in the back observing. He was in the back giving his support. He didn't always have to be in the limelight. But I do know that when they went and did trainings in other cities, they say that, he and Sonia were such a team, Sonia and Desai, because they just literally set up the rooms and everybody was involved. And I mean, I just can't. I can't imagine how everyone is feeling right now. I just really can't. For something to happen over $83 worth of beer and turn around and shoot him in the chest. And I do want to bring up something. I know it's late. I've got an early appointment tomorrow. I know it's late. But we have got to figure out what we can do to urge our court systems to quit letting people out with a slap on the hand and then things like this happen. I just have to say it. And I know the mayor and I have been to first appearances. She went to the one today for them. So it just boggles my mind that we can't get a handle on this. I mean, we have policemen saying all the time, we can arrest, but they're out the next day. There's got to be some kind of consequences.
Sometimes they're out within hours.
Yes, yes. So, and you know, here we are, 74 homicides, I think, and one of our officers was one of them. It just boggles my mind. It really does. So, anyway, we've all gotten to know and love him over these last few days, I do believe. And my heart goes out to the family. Second thing, very quickly, is thank you, Tammy, for your help on the resolution. Tammy and I spent a good portion of the holiday wordsmithing and going back and forth a little bit and having a little bit of discussion, but I appreciate what you said, Sharon, everybody that said something about it, and yeah, I hope we can kind of move forward and just, you know, let the community know we care, let our police department know we care, let our staff know we care. This is what we're here for. Let our residents know we care. So thank you. Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As others have said, I certainly send my prayers of comfort and strength to the family of Sergeant Nix, to his extended family, and also to the remainder of his public safety, law enforcement, fire family. It just so happened that that was Saturday afternoon, and it was the same day that I had scheduled a ride-along with GPD, and it wasn't until I actually got to GPD headquarters that they had just gotten the word, and the corporal who was taking me around was just devastated. It just goes to the extent that Sergeant Nix had in GPD, in law enforcement, and in our community. And he will be missed. And Madam Mayor, you said some very profound words there, that we need to better appreciate people, better love people while they're here, because we never know when they will not be here with us, or it may be ourselves. So definitely give folks their roses. Give folks their roses. I also want to share that that the mayor and I had the honor of being at the Walk of Remembrance for the unhoused, the unsheltered who lost their lives in 2023, back on December 21st. We lost 47 unhoused, unsheltered, and each of their names was read aloud. And then we walked from the MMOB building, this building, over to Center City Park and back. It was a very good crowd. We had lots of members of the housing community. The housing partners were there, and the mayor made note of them being there. It was just important for us to be there to continue to remember what we're doing and why we're doing it, and the challenges we have in getting to the solutions. Even before folks are housed, they're losing their lives, and hopefully we do more and we can do better in 2024. I'll also say Happy New Year to everyone. And separately, this coming Friday, January 5th, the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated is celebrating its 113th founding. So happy anniversary to the members of Kappa Alpha Psi for your J5. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs. Hoffman?
You know, it seems pretty obvious that Sergeant Nix was an incredible person and an amazing public servant, as well as other members of his family. So, you know, these senseless acts of violence are just you know, impossible to fathom and try to understand and accept. So, you know, and it's really painful to hear some of the remarks, as Zach mentioned, from speakers tonight regarding the members of our police department. They obviously have never walked in the shoes of a police officer in the city of Greensboro. Otherwise, they couldn't say such incredibly awful things. I wish that we didn't have to hear that, actually. And thank you, Mary Kay and Tammy, for working through the and wordsmithing the resolution that we were able to pass this evening. At some point, maybe it's the next meeting or maybe it's whenever. You know, I certainly have my own thoughts and comments regarding much of what we hear from the Palestinian supporters in the last two meetings. But I'll perhaps comment on that at some time in the future.
Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to echo what you've said with regards to Sergeant Nix, but I will also want us to be mindful that we lost a total of 7 of our employees last year. I would say 2 of them from the police department, 1 from fire, transportation, engineering, and inspection field operations. But Sergeant Nix was the only one that we lost in the line of duty. That's very important for us to really remember him and his family. But definitely, I've always said that our 3,000 plus employees are our best resources. They carry out your decisions and, you know, the policies that you want us to make. But for someone to have gotten off work and still be working, I think that's incredible on his part, and that's kind of the type of thing we want to exemplify. So we think fondly of him. I only met him a few weeks ago, frankly, for the first time. And just think about him and his family, but also remember every time that our employees are extension of our families. We spend most of our days, together. And so it's very touching. But I appreciate you recognizing that tonight and really appreciating what it means to our community. So again, that's all I want to say, and to just say that I'll continue to remember all that we have, all the people we've lost, but especially the only one we lost in the line of duty. I think that's very important for us to recognize. Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney?
I just wish everybody a happy new year, and hopefully it'll be a better year this year.
Thank you. Motion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.